For nearly 50 years, the story of the Son of Sam case has been settled by the official narrative. David Berkowitz confessed, was convicted, and became one of the most famous true crime cases in American history. But what if one of the earliest attacks connected to this case is not as clear-cut as many believe? In 1976, Wendy Savino was brutally attacked, an attack that left her blind in one eye. For decades, her case remained separate from the official Son of Sam investigation. Then, in 2024, the NYPD publicly recognized Wendy as what they believed to be David Berkowitz's earliest known victim. But that's where the controversy really begins. Despite the NYPD's conclusion, David Berkowitz himself continues to deny shooting Wendy Savino. And his denial has fueled ongoing debate among researchers, investigators, and those who have spent years studying this case. Was Wendy truly attacked by Berkowitz? Or was someone else, like the mob, involved? And why are questions like this so triggering to the NYPD? Adding even more intrigue, a recent encounter between Wendy Savino and Frank DeGennaro, a longtime friend of Berkowitz, has reignited discussions about what really happened and whether the public has been told the full story. Today, we have Frank DeGennaro on Esoteric Atlanta to tell his side of the story in his encounter with Wendy Savino. After our discussion, we will also be playing for you the official recordings of the NYPD talking to Wendy Savino as well as David Berkowitz regarding this case. And a great big thank you to all of our Patreons and our producers here on Esoteric Atlanta. Without you guys, we would not be able to do what we do. Thank you again to all of our Substack donors. You guys really do help us out. And to our YouTube members, if you like conspiracy stories, then you would love our YouTube membership. Here's a brief ad over our YouTube membership before we get into the story. If you think the stories we share publicly are intense, you haven't seen anything yet. Our YouTube memberships are where we go deeper, way deeper. This is where we dive into bloodline conspiracies that most platforms won't even touch. The hidden family connections, the power structures behind the scenes, the patterns that start to emerge when you really begin to connect the dots. We're talking about the theories that question everything: history, influence, legacy, and who might really be pulling the strings. But this space isn't just about information. It's about exploration. It's a place for open-minded discussion, deeper research, and uncensored curiosity. A community of people who aren't afraid to ask the bigger question and look beyond the surface. If you've ever felt like there's more to the story, then this is where you need to start digging. Join our YouTube membership today and unlock the exclusive deep dives, member-only lives, and conversations you won't find anywhere else. Because some truths, they don't just live on the surface. If you would like to join us in our YouTube memberships, you can hit the join button below. Hello, everybody. As Mike said when we first signed on, the gang is back together. The band is back together. I think it was band, right?
Band, yes.
The gang too, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
And I am so excited to have Chris, Mike, and Frank on today. You guys, they've obviously been on. They have open invitations anytime they want onto my show. But for this today, before we get into it, I just want to make a special announcement. Hopefully, this won't happen during the show. We are pre-recording this. So as of lately, StreamYard has been acting up a little bit. It's happened on other people's shows too, where sometimes people lose their microphone, and the way you fix it is the person signs out and comes back in. So if that happens on the show today, we will address it, and whoever loses their microphone will sign out and sign back in. Just wanted to put that out there. It's not just for me. This isn't a conspiracy. It's happening across the board with StreamYard. I guess they're just going through some hiccups right now. But with that being said, I'm going to kick the ball over to Chris, Criminal Justice Chris, and I'm going to let you take it from there, girl.
All right. Well, I am glad that everybody has been able to get together for this podcast. And just a quick overview, this is going to be on the Wendy Savino case, as well as the New York Post coverage that has been ongoing related to her case, Bronx Sniper, as well as other publications related to David Berkowitz. But the main focus of this podcast is going to be on Frank DeGennaro, who has had some pretty unfair accusations made by the New York Post, as well as a podcaster within the community and the Savino family. So let's just take it from there. Mike, do you want to talk for a little bit and tell us where you disappeared to for all this time? You're so thin.
I know.
Thanks. Yeah, I did lose a lot of weight, but thank you. I'm glad to be back. The last time we talked about this, I think was the end of September of 2025. Right. So it's been a while. I've been doing a variety of other things totally unrelated to Son of Sam. I have a very busy life. But I'm glad to come back and talk about this because I do follow what goes on. And I know that Frank, you've been kind of put through the ringer, either with other podcasts or in the Post or, whatever online, things like that. And I just want to make sure that your name is cleared with this. Mm-hmm. And I think that by the end of this podcast, pretty much it's going to be the final say as to what happened here. So if we could, I'd like to just ask Frank to kind of like tell his side of the story. What happened in the library? I was back, I think, last August, right? That happened?
I think it was July.
Okay. Last July, you basically were in the library and you ran into Wendy Savino, of all people. Right. If you could just kind of explain from the beginning exactly what happened there.
Well, yeah, I'd just like to start with the fact that I've been friends with David Berkowitz for over 30 years, writing him emails, visiting him as well.
Okay, so you do visit him in prison. That's good to know.
Right. I have many times. It's in the Bible. I mean, visit prisoners, and I believe in that, but he's also my friend. So I saw a podcast on this Wendy Savino case when it first opened up, claiming that David Berkowitz shot her. They said the caliber of the bullet was not a 44. I think they were saying it's 22.
32.
32. Okay. And it was done by this podcaster along with a former detective from Yonkers. And so I emailed David and I told him everything in the podcast. And I didn't do it with any hindsight that, hey, this may, become something more, because I didn't think there was credibility to it anyway. But just, hey, this is what's going on out here. Of course, he doesn't know what's going on out here. He doesn't have access to this. So I told him that. And then what happened was the police, NYPD, several detectives showed up at the prison. David did not expect them. They didn't tell him he was coming. And they had an interview with him. During the interview, David mentioned that his friend, meaning me, had told him that it was a different caliber bullet because he did mention that to them. And initially the thought was that it tripped him up, that they tripped up David, but he knew. And then, of course, after that, the NYPD, and probably previous to that, they had looked through my emails. They looked through David's and my emails. Right. Maybe others. But they went through it. And they saw in the emails exactly what had gone on, and that I had told him about everything that happened there. The podcaster probably should not have done his podcast before the NYPD went there, but he did. So he's the one who really blew it.
You're correct.
That's true, and he's admitted it too.
Yes, he's admitted it, but he continues to lambaste me and just about everybody else. So one of the officers who was part of that, his name is Detective Klein, did call me on the phone. For whatever reason, he wanted to convince me, I think, that David was guilty of this crime. I said I didn't think so. I said that I had spoken to him. He said he didn't do it. He was, I talked about the discrepancies. Klein gave his side of the story. Great. No problem. By the way, it came up that he got my phone number from the podcast, from the emails. He got personal information from the emails. He told me to call him anytime. I have not. So he then he did a video. Then they did a video, and during the video, I heard people saying that they looked at the emails and they found out that people were saying things like professing love for David and all this. I mean, that certainly wasn't me. But they have a lot of information about what I've said to David. Nothing that would get me in trouble. But anyway, so after that was kind of like I got a phone call from him. The newspaper reported, but did not use my name. That was New York Post. They love these kinds of stories, and I know it.
Right.
Honestly, I used to like reading the Post. I mean, now I look at the Post and I say I'm not sure if they're even honest about anything.
They're always about sensationalizing things.
The Post is trash. Yeah, the Post is trash.
I like trash sometimes.
Yeah, but they always had a good sports page. I'll give them that.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and they seem to always report on David Berkowitz. I don't know. I mean, and so anyway, the Valley Cottage Library is really close to where I live when I'm in New York. I have an apartment in New York, and it is the library I use all the time. And when you use the library system, you can go in, you can request a book. And I did. So I came up from South Carolina. I went to get the book because they said it was there. When I walk into the library on the right, there's all these books for sale. I love books. I'm looking through them. I'm buying things for my wife's grandkids. And I take a couple steps toward the counter because I have to then tell them I'm here, give them my card, get my book, and I see Wendy Savino. And I recognize her right away. As I'm next to her, I turned to her and I said, "Are you Wendy Savino?" And she seemed to be very happy to say, "Yes, I am."
Okay, let's back up for a second. When did you first see her? What point of entry were you at in the library when you first saw her?
When you first walk in the library, you walk through two sets of doors that open automatically. To the right is where they have those books. I didn't notice her then. I noticed her only when I started walking toward the counter. Okay. She was right at the counter, really, but heading to the exit when I saw her.
And she was alone?
She was alone.
Right.
Yes. So I walked, I said to her, "Are you Wendy Savino?" She said yes. And then we were still standing next to each other, and I did tell her I knew David Berkowitz. Now, in my naivete, I said, that I knew him, and I said, "I don't think he shot you." And of course, I know that she's done podcasts to that nature. I never honestly thought, and that I was harming her in any way. I had no ill intent whatsoever. I was coming from a Christian perspective, and I don't know what her views are, but in my head, it was possible that I could maybe talk to her, and maybe eventually, maybe David Berkowitz would wind up talking to her. And this is not something, and by the way, this came out later, people were questioning me. I actually got a phone call asking me if David Berkowitz asked me to do this.
Right.
And he never asked me to do this. More than that, this was a total coincidence. I mean, I had no idea she lived in Rockland County. I mean, I had no idea where she lived.
Okay, just a quick question. I know that we have discussed your library history. You want to discuss the book that you had ordered and how the library alerted you?
I don't remember the title of the book. But
I don't necessarily need the title of the book, but you did place a book request for the library, and they alerted you about 24 hours before. So it needs to be cleared up that any misconception that you could have followed her to the library and knew that she was there.
I think I even have the receipt from that, because after this happened, I was like, what the, after everything happened. Yes. What happens is I was in South Carolina. I went on their website, and there was a book I was interested in. In South Carolina, they don't always have a great selection of books, so I came up here, and they had notified me to pick it up. And the first opportunity I had, I probably drove up the day before. By the time I get here, the library's probably closed. And I went the next day. So it was kind of early in the day. I think it was like 10:30, maybe something like that.
But 12. The point being is that you had business there, okay? You had absolutely had business there. There was a book you were notified that you ordered. It was ready. You were going to pick it up. That's why you were there.
It's been my library forever. I mean, it's not my zoned library, because the zoned library I don't particularly care for, but you can go to any library in this county and you can get a book. And I like that library because, like I said, they have books on sale. They have a good selection of things. I check out the DVDs and things like that. So I was there to get the book more than anything. And I do use that library all the time. Not anymore.
But just to clarify too, is you have a residence in that area.
Yes.
So you were going up there anyway.
I don't believe that. Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Whenever you explained to her who you were and that you were friends with David Berkowitz, what was her reaction? What did she say to you? To me, if I could read her reaction, it seemed like she was fine with talking to me. In fact, just based on the fact that she beckoned me to go next to the counter to speak with her, I didn't detect that she was afraid of me or that she had any issues, or I didn't detect anything. I thought we were having a friendly conversation. She showed no fear. There was a library clerk right there within 4 feet of her, 3 feet of her. When I actually saw her, we were within maybe 2 steps from the library counter. And she said, "Let's go over there." So we just turned.
You went off to the side.
Yeah, it was
right? No corners, no corners, an open area, basically by the front desk.
Right by the front desk.
Okay.
I mean,
no corners to get backed into, anything like that.
No. Gotcha. Which, of course, it came out in the newspaper.
That's what was stated, and that's not the situation, right?
And then there's the desk, and you have a witness, and obviously, if you had done anything threatening, first they would have kicked you out of the library, or they would have called the police, and you would have had worsened charges, obviously, other than what was written up in the police report.
Right, and I'll tell you what the police officer said, because I spoke to a police officer. So we went. I spoke about myself a little bit. I told her who I was. She was speaking to me just like we were, just met each other. I'm so sorry about the phone. Just like we just met, and we were just not getting to know each other, but just having a conversation. And I just said I didn't believe that he was the person who shot her. And she asked the library, the person. I told her my name, and I told her I'd give her my number. I figured she would write it down, but she didn't have any paper on her, so she asked the person behind the counter, gave her a piece of paper, gave her a pen. I wrote my name, I wrote my email address, and I wrote my phone number, and gave it to her. I told her what I did in my career, and then I even told her that I knew somebody who knew her son, and that was somebody I used to work with. Conversation lasted several minutes. At the end of the conversation, she pulled out an envelope from her bag, and it was the sketch that she carries around to show me that that was David Berkowitz in her opinion.
Did she explain to you why she's still carrying that sketch around? I mean,
no. And in one of the videos that she did, I heard her speaking, and she was saying that she said, like, here, that's David Berkowitz. Like, she wasn't really that adamant about it. And I was not confronting her. I could disagree with her, but I didn't say that's not, I didn't even disagree.
Let me jump in for a second, Frank, because the stories that I've heard from the other side is that she said something on the lines of like, "Don't you think that was him?" Or like, "Don't you think he shot me? Don't you think that looks like him?" And you said what? Was that ever asked?
He said that is David Berkowitz. She might have said, "Don't you think?" But I don't remember responding to that because I didn't want to be confrontational. I didn't want to cause any problems. And although it was a normal conversation, it was like meeting somebody and saying, "Oh, I know somebody who knows you." Oh, we're seeing an old friend, like, and you see them again, and you have a very short conversation, very casual. No, I mean, I didn't want to contradict anything she said. I did say I didn't think that she did it, but if she was going to say anything evidence-wise, and that was really all she did. She pulled out the sketch, and that was it. And then she went home. I mean, well, then she went out.
How did you end the conversation, or did she? How did that go?
Well, I mean, I don't remember, to be honest. I mean, I don't remember. It was very.
You walked out first, and then walked out.
I didn't get the book yet. I still had to get the book, and so I had a bag of things I had to pay for, and so she exited the library, and maybe 2-3 minutes later, I exited the library. That was it.
Right.
It's like I said, it's a library I always use, and yeah. So
now, one thing too that's mentioned. If you want to talk about the police report, is like if there was an actual physical contact. Okay. Right. That's also been several different variations of it since then. But do you want to talk about the police report? Because there's some stuff with that is a little wonky.
Well, the first thing that happened, right after that was a couple hours later. And I was home, not thinking, oh, that was interesting. I ran into somebody and perhaps she'll email me, or perhaps she'll call me and say, let's talk about what you think is going on. She goes on podcasts and she tells her story. And in fact, when I did talk to her personally, I said, I'm very sorry for what happened to you. I mean, I really am. I mean, I'm very sorry that she went through this. I mean, why would I have any malice toward her or anything? I said that more than once even. So a police officer called from Clarkstown, and he really, the thing he really wanted to know was why I was there. And I told him, I said, I have an apartment in the county, and it's actually in the same in the same area of the library. And I said I was picking up a book, and he said that I was just stunned that he called me, and he said that at the end of the conversation, and it wasn't a long conversation again, he said that I should not call her, I should not contact her. I said, you
didn't have her phone number at all.
I didn't, and I said that to him. I said, I don't have her phone number. I don't know how to contact her. I said I had no intention to. I gave her my phone number just in case she wanted to talk. Okay, and then. Do you want me to talk about the police report now? Because the next thing that actually happened was the New York Post.
Use it linear. Just start with the New York Post first.
Okay. That was the next thing that happened.
And now a word from our sponsors. What if your workout could do more than just change your body? What if it could change your life? For me, my story didn't start in a gym or a yoga studio. It started with the unexplained. As a child, I experienced things I couldn't understand. paranormal moments that pushed me to ask bigger questions about life, energy, and purpose. That curiosity turned into a journey, one that took me all the way to India, where I studied traditional yoga at its source. Through years of education, I became the only female in the state of Georgia authorized to teach this practice in its true, authentic form. But I didn't stop there, because I realized most people don't have the time or the space to step away from their lives to go and find themselves. So I brought that wisdom home and built something new, Fusion Body Studio. This is a place where we combine strength, bar, cardio, and authentic yoga into something powerful, something intentional. This isn't just about sweating. This is about aligning your body, your mind, and your spirit. You're not just showing up to burn calories. You're showing up to transform, to release stress, to build strength, to reconnect with who you really are. This is fitness with purpose. This is movement with meaning. This is Fusion Body Studio. And right now, you can take the first step. Use discount code BRICE20, that's BRICE 20, all caps, at checkout, and get 20% off your first 6 months. Your transformation starts here. Because after all, being spiritual is getting to know your own spirit, the one that pulses through your veins. If you would like to join us over at Fusion Body Studio, all the information is down in the description box below.
So there's a reporter on the New York Post named Tina Moore who writes these sensational, wonderful articles. And they really seem to like to write about David Berkowitz. I understand. He's a man of notoriety. I mean, if you think New York crime, I'm not sure if you can come up with a name that's more infamous than David Berkowitz.
Well, so he sells papers. Yeah. He sells papers.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So she called me for a statement. Now, I told her my side exactly as it happened. She never mentioned me grabbing Miss Savino. She really didn't say much, but she took my side of it. So then online, if you know the New York Post, they print an article, a story online. It came out online. I knew it was going to happen. And I was like, I told my brother, who's a good friend of mine, and I told my wife, I said, Maria, this, I was like, this is not going to look good for me. It doesn't matter because the New York Post is going to write whatever they want. In the online article, the headline called me, I think it called me his disciple or acolyte, one of the two. And in the article, it called me the other word. So I'm David Berkowitz's disciple and acolyte. I'm not. I mean, it's.
They made us have disciples and acolytes. Okay?
Yeah, they made me sound like a cult member, like a real nut job. And also in the article online, it said that she said that I was rather in I was rather in her way. Okay, she tried to walk around me, she said, and I had her backed into a corner. Okay, there's no corner there.
A corner in an open space doesn't sound right.
Right. It was
I'm familiar with library architecture, and if you're next to a desk, I think it's going to be very hard to put somebody into a corner. So you're saying that you did not grab her, you did not block her, you did not corner her.
No, I wouldn't do that because I'm not. I mean, I realize that is a crime, or it could be constituted as a crime. I don't want to commit a crime. Yeah. I simply was talking to her, speaking to her. The desk is kind of like rounded, so yeah, there was no corner there. So I called this reporter Tina Moore the next day because she had gotten my side of the story. I said, I think those terms are offensive and they mischaracterized my relationship with Berkowitz. And she told me that the editors changed that. She said that she wrote something about friend and they changed it to disciple. And they
made the conscious decision to sensationalize that and make it sound like you're a disciple of David Berkowitz. Ooh,
like I'm Squeaky Fromm, and
like it's the Manson family or something,
Squeaky Fromm, and Charlie Manson. I'm following him.
Papers,
so,
gets clicks,
right? And so she said she was going to change it, and she did. But I'm almost positive mentioned that I didn't do the other stuff, but they wouldn't have an article if they didn't say I didn't do anything. So they did print. The next online one said that took away the acolyte and disciple. The next version was the next day. It was printed. It wasn't on the first page. I thank God for that. But it's not anybody reads newspapers anymore. Really, they read it online. But I did see it, and it didn't say most of the things, like the criminal things, like grabbing and holding her and backing her into a corner. And now we come to the police report, which I put in the FOIA request, and I received it very late. It took a long time for them to send that to me.
The FOIA department for is just messed up. Trust me.
Yeah, it's actually the FOIA department. This is actually for the local police.
For the local, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they all have one. From them. So it was the heavily redacted police report that said I was staring intently at her. No, I wasn't. I know, I know what that would look like. I mean, I saw her. I walked toward her. I mean,
let's talk about that for a second, because I'm assuming that, going by what you're saying, you were behind her in some way and she was facing away from you. Is that possible?
Well, so we were walking toward each other, but when we went to the side, to speak, I was standing closer to the clerk and she was standing.
Well, okay, I got that. But what I'm saying is, prior to you approaching and introducing yourself and asking, "Are you Wendy Savino?" to her, was she facing you even in a way that it could have looked like you were looking at her? I mean, because the lady was by herself.
Right.
Okay, she obviously had business there. Was she really paying attention as to was somebody looking at her, or was she even not able to do that if she wasn't facing you? See, that's
consider the fact that she didn't know who I was until I actually stood next to her. Right. Then how could she say that? I mean, I wasn't staring at her. I got the books and I turned and
If you notice somebody staring at you, Frank, it's usually like, why, there's a little bit of time involved, and you're going to go, why is this person looking at me? All right.
Right.
Going by what you're saying, and in the short amount of time between you going, hey, that's Wendy Savino, maybe, and you approaching her, there was no time for anybody to say, oh, he's staring at me. That just doesn't.
I don't think so either. And so that to me was offensive in the police report. But remember, everybody, that the police report is her side. She can say whatever she wants in a police report. They put something in there about what I said, but they didn't tell me the grabbing. The police officer, when he called me, didn't say, did you grab her? And the reason is they saw the video. So
that's a whole other thing we can get into. But the police report actually says you physically touched her.
It says I grabbed her by the arm and stood in front of her.
By the arm, like that.
And I spoke to her about David Berkowitz and kept holding her arm. I released her arm only to give her my personal information, which would mean that I grabbed her while I was next to her, and I had to pull her to the side and for her to request my personal information. I was willingly giving her my personal information because I was not threatening her. I just wanted to say, hey, I'm this person, and I said I live here, and all that, and I did tell her I've seen her on podcasts. I mean, how else would I know who she is? But that means that I grabbed her and held her for a sustained period of time. That's a crime. Now, when the police officer called me,
you would be arrested for that.
Right. And when the police officer called me, he told me that I didn't do anything illegal. Anyway.
Can I ask, because you said there was a clerk standing there. I'm thinking, Did the clerk react at all? Because if I was working at a library or anywhere and I saw a man grab a woman and pull her to the side, I would maybe not say anything, but I would start watching and maybe look for my manager. So, you're in a public place. Like, there was obviously other people in the library. It just, this story's not adding up from her perspective.
It doesn't, but again, it's her talking to the police and putting something in a report, so she can say anything she wants. And unfortunately, she did say that. I did not touch her. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I know better than to touch a person I don't know.
Right.
I don't even touch people I know. So yeah, I mean, this is my opinion about that. But I didn't do that, obviously. They in the police report, they quoted Detective Klein, who said that I was an individual that developed an intense fascination with David Berkowitz. Again, I'm sorry. I look at that and I go, I developed an intense fascination with this man. I've been friends with him for 30 years. Look at people who do podcasts about David Berkowitz every other day.
Right.
That's an intense fascination about
That's
David.
an obsession. Yeah.
You're correct.
I'm friends with the guy. I know him. I whatever people want to think about it, I'm looking at it through a Christian perspective. I'm saying he's my friend. I believe that he is not who he used to be. I 100% believe that. I believe he is a Christian. I believe he believes in Christian values. And, I wouldn't be friends with him if not for that. I mean, if I thought he was still, the old David Berkowitz, I wouldn't.
Frank, you know him a lot longer than me. Okay, I've had 5 visits with David since April of last year. Okay, but I'll vouch for what you're saying. All right, I believe he is a legitimate Christian.
Yeah. And my wife has met him. My wife has been a Christian since she was a little girl, going to church in the Dominican Republic at the age of 10, trying to get there, miles away. And I don't think I've ever met a person, and she's been wonderful for me. She tries to keep me on the straight and narrow when it comes to sometimes language, unfortunately. But, I mean, she's met him. And my father met him. My father he is like old school. I mean, he's like, he said one time, I saw him on a video, I believe him. And he met him. And David Berkowitz said, it was great visiting with your father. Oh, it was wonderful. I'd like to go to a ball game with him and eat a hot dog. My father never did that with me, so I don't know David Berkowitz. But and my brother has met him, so I'm bringing people to him that are in my eyes, good people, and they're saying good things when they come out of there.
The relationship you have with David Berkowitz is nobody's business, okay? And it's often put out there that, anybody that talks to him is crazy, fascinated with him, or infatuated or obsessed, or, like an acolyte or a disciple, or, all these like, loaded expressions are thrown out.
Yeah, I've even been accused of being David Berkowitz's air quote lover. Despite being married.
Yeah. Okay. So, I've been things have been said about me because of a picture I took with him, and just ridiculous, childish stuff. But anyway, now I have to say that most of people watching aren't aware of this. I've actually been in contact with Detective Klein. Okay. He contacted me in October, I believe, or early November, I believe, of last year. We had a long phone conversation. We also recently, in the last couple of weeks, reconnected, had another phone conversation and several texts. I told him we were doing this podcast. Okay. And I basically said that I'm going to quote him, and he didn't have a problem with it. So basically, when we talk about the police report and the fact that it's in the police report that you had physical contact with Wendy, even though it's not correct, Robert Klein, Detective Klein, did tell me that he was told by Jay Savino, Wendy's son, after the fact, meaning after the police report, that there was no physical contact. Okay. And also, he did tell me that when he was notified of the incident in the library, he was notified by Jay Savino, who was very upset on the phone, was saying somebody came and maybe was going to hurt his mom. I don't know how we got to that point. I have theories and suspicions how they could have gotten so worked up to that point. Not going to say anything because it's hearsay, okay, or it's actually just a theory, okay. But we know that Detective Klein did tell me that he drove, I think, 2 hours to go see them, okay, and that he told them, Wendy and her son, that you were no threat because you gave your email, name, and phone number, and why would anybody doing that be an actual threat? Yet the story that's out there, okay, put out by other podcasters and also the Savinos themselves, is that you're a nutcase, you're a threat, you're accosting people. Okay, that word is often used.
A legal term.
None of that is true. And even Detective Klein told me that he told them you're not a threat. So yet you're still depicted as a threat because there's other agendas involved here. We know that. Okay. But Detective Klein himself told me that.
The other thing I want to point out is that this happened right before the Netflix series came out. And anybody involved with this, the podcaster, the New York Post, the Savino family, anybody, this was publicity for that. I mean, it didn't rise to a high level. In fact, in the Post, it was kind of buried on, I don't know what, page 25, 30. But it was embarrassing enough for me. But it wasn't like a big thing. New York Post, everybody knows they try to print salacious things. And this would have been a wonderful thing if this had kind of caught on a little more with some people.
But the thing is, it's a nothing burger. Okay, they sensationalized it with language.
Yes.
Okay, to make it seem bigger than it is. Acolyte, disciple of Berkowitz. Right. These words.
Can I insert something really fast? I mean, I think it's a big deal because a lot of people do searches on people online, and the first thing you do is type in somebody's name and see what pops up. You type in Frank DeGennaro. The first thing that pops up is you see son of Sam's first shooting victim, now 88 shaken, and you see DeGennaro, a retired NYC school principal in the Bronx. It's not that hard from that point to jump to the conclusion that it's the same person. You go in and you read the article and it causes reputational damage, and that's not okay.
No doubt. Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, I could tell you how this has damaged my life. I worked in a school, and I know that they know about it, and I think I was respected for the most part. And I no longer think that way. And I think a lot of people, a couple have contacted me, but there are people that I used to speak to who no longer do. And it's been out there in the two schools I worked in. And it's odd because many of them knew that I was friends with David Berkowitz. I mean, I was not really hiding it as much, because I was friends with him. I mean, there was nothing weird going on. So yeah, it did damage my reputation extremely. Chris, you're 100% right. If you type my name in, that's the first thing you're going to see. You're not going to see anything good I did in my life. You're going to see this one incident.
I mean, it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing if it actually happens the way it was foretold in the New York Post. I mean, it would be fair, but it's tabloid, it's sensational, and it's inaccurate. And it's even been documented that Tina Moore realized that you did not grab her or accost her at the library, and that was left out of the article, and that's biased, and you have to question what's the motivation for that being left out.
Well, yeah, she knew. Apparently, I heard that somebody who was close to her, who knew her, gave her a call, and she told that person, "I never touched Miss Savino." So, and the library, the video is another thing. There's a video of this incident, and I can't get it. They won't give it to me. It would have to be subpoenaed. That would mean I'd have to get a lawyer and subpoena it. And, which, you never know, but they're not just going to give it to me because they say other people are in the video.
Yes, they've also, arguably, they've told you different stories too, related to the tape, that they didn't have it. And then they said privacy reasons. And they've said the same thing to me, because I went in for my own FOIA request after getting approval from you, because I didn't want to just obtain it and publish it without your permission. And they initially said, well, under privacy, we can't supply it. And I think that that's fair. I think that that's unfair, considering there are allegations against you that are highly inaccurate, and it can be interpreted as a false police report.
Mm-hmm. It is a false police report. If you read the police report, then yes, it is illegal. And in this case, what I did in the police report, it rises to the level of a felony, and it could rise to, and that means that the person who filed the police report could be issued a felony. I know would it happen.
And I just want to say very quickly, in her defense, I think she was, she's a victim. She probably suffers from PTSD. Whether we agree whether David Berkowitz shot her or not is one thing. But, she didn't seem scared at the library, according to you. She was scared afterwards. And you have to question, well, who was the causal factor that made her scared? Well, and there are some redactions, and I know you say that you don't want to put theories out there, but I'm going to have to say I personally think somebody scared her into filing a police report against you and made you out to be more of a threat than you actually were. Because I have been in contact with people who previously were in podcasting relationships with this individual. And I have many things in writing saying that this person would be completely capable of this type of behavior in order to possibly gain traction for that Netflix documentary that was made.
And also because
you don't like my opinion, too bad. I think that that's the causal factor.
I mean, the other thing regarding the video is, the library, I emailed the library. It's one of the directors of the library. She's actually on the police report. And I said, I'd like to get that video. They have this thing where you can have like a hearing, and I'm not privy to that. They just do it in the library. And they said no, because other people are in it. That woman told me that the police have the video. The police told me they don't have the video, and not only that, never viewed it. Okay, I heard Jay Savino viewed the video. I'm sure others viewed the video. If people are going around saying he never touched her, the video. I mean,
Jay Savino viewed the video. Who told you that Jay Savino viewed the video?
I heard that from another podcaster I spoke to last night, and he said that he said that Jay said I never touched his mother. He said he did see the surveillance video. That's according to the other podcaster, and said, in giving my personal information, it showed I was not a threat to her. And he also said, Jay Savino, that he never should have used the word accosted when he was describing what I did, because it's a harsh word. And
now I'm confused, but let's clarify this, because I know I've talked to this podcaster in the past, and I watched a recent podcast, and I'm going to go ahead and say what the podcast is, because in it clearly says that he spoke to Jay Savino, and you never accosted his mother. So it's Gutter Talk from New York to London, and along came Wendy, the son of Sam mystery. And the podcaster would have been the podcast is run by Rena, and the podcaster that you would have spoke to is Eric Galati, correct?
Right. Yes, and he told me I could use his name. So yes.
Okay. I think that's fair because I think the audience needs a citation rather than just whenever possible. Sometimes you don't want to relay sources for protection, but in this case, Eric was fully compliant and wanted to help you as much as possible because he has had prior experience with Manny Grossman. I'm sorry to even say his name, but as well as other people that Eric is connected with. And they have a full understanding of the tactics that Mr. Grossman uses in his podcast in order to gain attention.
Yeah. The other thing about this that I want to point out is that, and I may have mentioned it briefly before, is that I was emailing this David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz was emailing me back. Things were read, and they were conveyed to people. And there's no doubt about that. In one of the videos of that podcaster, he mentioned this. He said that David Berkowitz claims that he's never been to Bauk and Boston.
Boston Avenue, I think it is.
Yes.
I could be wrong. I think it's
He's
Bauck.
never been there, and that's where Nina's restaurant is. That's where the shooting took place. And this podcaster said, well, I know because I know for a fact that Frank DeGennaro knows that David Berkowitz has been there and has admitted it. Now, I dug back in my emails, and there was an interaction between me and him where that was mentioned, where I mentioned where it was located, and he said he knew the area. So that can only come from an email.
So basically, just to clarify, what you're saying is that your emails are being read. Okay, now, as a prisoner, that they have a right to do that. Okay, they have a right to, those things are, when you're emailing a prisoner, you understand going into it that these things are read, and he understands it, or the prisoner understands it on the way back. These things are read. But for a podcaster to imply that you knew the answer means that he has access to these things, and then how? Okay. Only law enforcement, I think, can look at that. The prison system, I guess, can look at it. Okay. But was that information and emails given to this podcaster?
It had to be. I mean, and look, I think my father was an officer. My brother was a sergeant. Previous to this, I had a lot of respect for the NYPD. I know how hard their job is. It's changing a little bit, but the words that the exact wording was in there, and it could only have come from one place, one source. And I do understand, because I understand they have to investigate things. I understand when this was said initially, when I told David about the caliber of the bullets, I understand that they had to look at my emails. I totally understand that. I don't understand why anybody had to convey this to a citizen. You know what I mean? I
would question the legality of that. Feeling that.
And I did on a race.
If it's not illegal, it's definitely kind of
unethical,
right? I mean, I don't know. Whoever.
Yeah, if you could let me talk for a second. I did write an article related to that. It's called "The Mailroom is Theater for the Wendy Savino Narrative: Why Law Enforcement Should Not Be Discussing David Berkowitz's inmate correspondence with podcasters such as Manny Grossman of the Grossman Files, journalists, and citizens." I mean, there are reasons why mail is reviewed for law enforcement. And it's for law enforcement purposes only, and it's for security with correctional facilities. It's not meant for entertainment purposes. And Frank is not the only person that's had problems with mail being allegedly read. There have been allegations ongoing by this podcaster that people said items that possibly are sent to David Berkowitz, whether it be money or to be put into his commissary account or mailing him food. And that is completely unrelated to anything. That should, if it's true, it should not be related. It should not be relayed to a citizen. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with security. Those relaying that kind of information has chilling effects on speech. Who wants to contact an inmate and have a conversation with them if they know that their mail or things that they purchase or money that they send is going to be discussed in the public? It also has a chilling effect on speech for David Berkowitz. Is he going to want to discuss anything with anybody who mails him? Probably not. It's going to restrict his ability to speak. And is it technically illegal at this point? No, it's not. But you know what? Whenever you're engaging in behavior like that and reading inmate mail to a podcaster, there's a problem. And it can have constitutional implications. And that's really all I have to say on the matter. If people feel like their mail has possibly been read and divulged to podcasters like Manny Grossman, I would strongly consider people to start filing complaints. And you can reference who you can file complaints with in my by referencing my blog.
So I think there might be, because I just, I'm very funny about doxing. And yes, we know that police officers are privy to information, especially from prisons, and even with, warrants or subpoenas, they can get our own private, those of us not incarcerated. But I just quickly looked it up. If sharing private emails without consent is considered doxing. So for a police officer to share emails that the police officer is privy to because of an investigation with a private citizen without the consent is considered doxing. Doxing is malicious public exposure of private, sensitive, or personally identifiable information. You look over here, key details. It involves compiling or releasing private records like emails, phone numbers, or addresses without the owner's permission. It is typically done to shame, stalk, harass, or seek revenge, which why would you give anything to Manny Grossman? It's for revenge. That's what Manny does. Consequences: victims can face serious real-world impacts, including loss of employment, identity theft, and stalking. And so, I know different states do have different laws regarding. Some states are way stricter about doxing laws than others. But I think that is very irresponsible if a police officer is giving private information to a podcaster, a private podcaster. That is very concerning. That is something that citizens should be very upset about. Not just Frank, not just us, but to the implications of that.
I agree. And I mean, doxing, also you have to specifically attach a name to it, and no names were attached to it. But, depending on how many podcasts are put out and how much you talk about certain people, conclusions can be drawn about who has done what. There have been allegations that David Berkowitz grifts off of people. I have never personally had that experience with him related to money or items. I'm personally I'm not happy about the email correspondence or any other correspondence that's sent to David Berkowitz. It's a line in the sand for me.
I know that they can read the emails. They actually tell you that the Department of Corrections can read the emails. I understand that. I mean, I'm not saying anything in the emails that's illegal or anything like that.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that you want your mail repeated for public consumption and monetized. I mean, the mail, everybody goes in knowing that law enforcement and the Department of Corrections is going to read the mail. But it's a completely different thing for law enforcement to take that, relay it to a civilian podcaster, and then that person to monetize and make community posts or whatever else that they're doing in order to try to intimidate people, because that's what's being done.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I take it as a threat when he's saying things like that. He obviously knows where he got that information from, and he's not making life easier for anybody who gave it to him, which I think is just foolish.
Well, if I could jump in here for a second, okay, because I got personal issues with all this as well. Okay, often my full name, is put out there. Okay, now I have no problem. My name is out there. Some people know my last name, some people don't. I go by the name of Rocker Mike. Okay, if you Google me, I'm all over the place. Rocker Mike. Okay, but my name. What's that?
David calls you that.
David has called me Rocker Mike. Yeah. Okay, but you know, Manny Grossman has thrown my real name out there from time to time. Now I don't care. Okay, but that's an attempt to cause harm to me.
Yeah,
that's an attempt to cause harm to me. I'm not afraid of anybody at all in relation to this community and the podcasting world or anything from his side. He's accused me of being intimidated, and which is why I haven't podcasted for a while. I was intimidated by what happened to you in the library thing. I'm not intimidated by anybody. Okay, sorry, just got to say that. And also, you know, I have to bring up the Eric Hunley podcast since we're talking about these things.
Thank you for this.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go there. I wasn't, but I am. Okay, and I did have a conversation with Detective Klein about that. He was a guest, a speaker on the Eric Hunley show with Wendy Savino, Manny Grossman, Eric Hunley, and this was I don't know, maybe a year ago, I want to say, and. You know, I felt it was a disgusting podcast as far as, like, you know, from law enforcement having to go on there and defend themselves and the way it was defended. I had a conversation with Klein about that, and we came to an agreement, and he was actually a gentleman and said that he regretted how he acted on that show. I know he told you the same thing, Christina, right?
That is correct. He said the same thing.
And he said he was not in a good place, and you know what? That's fine. He was a gentleman about it, and he apologized for what he had said, and that's fine. But also, okay, if you go to that show and you go into the comment section, all right, there is a comment from Manny Grossman directed at me, saying, "I heard you were in a car accident. I hope you're not well."
That's a really shitty thing to say.
Now, I don't expect anything less coming from him, but this is the kind of crap that comes from that side.
Yeah.
Whether it's a doxing, whether it's comments like that, you know, cowardly things, you know, from that side. You know, I as far as I know, that comment is still up there. I haven't looked in a long time. I don't really care. I was in a bad car accident. I survived. I'm well. I'm good. Thank God. Okay. How he found out about it, I don't know. Okay. I really don't care. Okay. You know, but to put that in there really shows the low class level that this has all gone down to. Yeah. And this is why the community is really effed up as far as I'm concerned because of all this. All right. And, but, you know, I'm here today really for Frank. All right. I probably won't be talking too many podcasts about this afterwards. But I'm here for Frank, for you today to clear your name.
I appreciate that, Mike. And I know Christine is too. And I thank Bryce for letting me tell this, you know, story as it really happened.
Well,
and I just want to add something about Robert Klein. He reached out to me recently after a blog that I wrote because there have been some blogs that I've written related to his policing record, and I just want to clear it up because I did update one blog. but he took offense with me with his policing record based on your podcast, Bryce, the epidemic of controlled opposition, doxing, and the Son of Sam tapes. To summarize, his police record does show some abuse of authority, which can be interpreted as lying, depending on what the circumstances are. He argues that many of those allegations are unsubstantiated. Regardless, they're there. He also takes issue with the amount of complaints that he has that are listed on his record, which is fair after he explained it to me that he has dealt with a higher volume of arrests and so forth than his colleagues.
So he would have more complaints.
Yes. So he would have more complaints.
That's fair.
In comparison. So I've updated my blogs to show, yes, that there is statistics need to be taken into consideration when looking at his record. But the complaints are still there, regardless whether they're unsubstantiated or not.
Well, it in some ways that's not a big deal in all this. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't,
I think it's a big deal. I think it needs to be addressed because he was bothered by it, and I want to clear the record. So, yeah.
Okay. I want to remind people, though, we talked about this last episode, Chris, and I want to remind any police officers who kind of forgot what country we actually live in. Part of the reason why this country was founded was to give we the people the chance to question the government. And so it's really, really troublesome for me, and this is just my opinion, and really makes me even more suspicious when government officials get so upset by the people questioning their motives and their tactics and their behavior within a certain case, when that is exactly why this country was founded. We are allowed to question the government, and police officers work for the government. We, the people, we are allowed to do that. And when police officers in any state, any jurisdiction, do anything that can be seen as harassment of the public or doxing of the public or intimidation of the public because the public is questioning their behavior, I have a problem with that. And I did look up, I'll pull it back up here, that just to put it out there for any cops out there, any dirty cops, I don't know, just anyone out there, allegedly, who is handing over private information from a case to any podcasters, regardless of whether it's Manny Grossman or anybody else. Let's look at this. When a police officer shares restricted case emails with a private citizen, the officer violates department policy and state or federal confidentiality laws, potentially resulting in their termination, criminal charges, or civil liability. The specific consequences for all parties depend on the severity of the disclosure. Now, again, so if this happens to anybody, if something like happened to Frank, if you're suspicious that some of your private information has been leaked to a podcaster to put out for public consumption, that is considered doxing. Police officers are not allowed to do that. So if you feel like, I just want people to remember, I know there are really, really, really good cops out there that understand this and know this and never get involved with when citizens speak up and say something's not right. They just stay tight-lipped and they let fate, the cards fall where they will. But do not be intimidated by police officers or government officials, because that is your right as an American citizen to say, hey, something isn't right here. Something's not adding up. That's why we have FOIA. It is not defamation because you are questioning somebody's involvement in a case. And they are, listen, as American, I know this is cliche, we all say this, but our tax money is paying their salaries. That's how they're paid. So that it just makes me, it infuriates me when people who work in a place of authority in the government try to intimidate witnesses, try to do, give the we can speculate that something's been going on behind the scenes that isn't kosher, that isn't ethical, that actually it might be against the law. If you work for the government and you don't want people questioning you, move to North Korea. I'm sure Kim Jong-un would love to have you, right? Because we don't live in a tyrannical dictatorship here. I'm sorry, we don't. And if we don't want to, not yet. We're fighting very hard for that never to happen. Listen, the blood, I have 2 ancestors that fought in the American Revolution, and that blood is still in me. So I would rather die fighting for freedom of speech than live in a tyrannical dictatorship. And so if you don't want to don't want to work a job where the public is scrutinizing your movements, then don't work for the government. That comes with it. I don't know any police officers that go into the job thinking they're not going to be questioned. Think about how many police officers are called racist, how many police officers are called pigs. That's part of it. And so if you're sensitive, if you're a little whiny, sensitive, grown-ass man who can't handle people questioning you, you might have been in the wrong career, buddy. Consequences have actions. That's how my parents raised me, right? Like, if you do something bad, there's a cause and effect here, right? What does it say in the Bible? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repayeth. So anyway, I'm so glad you came on, Frank. I know I've known you now for a while, just doing these shows, and you have just the sweetest. You can just tell your energy in your eyes. You just have a very sweet, compassionate essence about you, and
you have a very naive presence, Frank. And I think that you went in to your interaction with Wendy Savino expecting the best outcome. And I think that's admirable. But if it were me, I can say based on my own experience, I would not have personally done it. I have volunteered for the Department of Corrections. She's technically considered a victim, and I would not have expected the best outcome out of it. But I understand why you did it.
It was very spontaneous. If I was sitting in the library and I saw Miss Savino for any period of time, I'm sure I would not have stood up and walked over to her and any of that. But you could accuse me of that. You could accuse me of being.
I would have. If it was me, I would have asked her for her autograph.
You are driven by your Christian faith, and I think that has also influenced your interaction with David Berkowitz, because Scripture encourages you to for forgiveness and to interact with people in prison. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, yeah, and yeah, that it was definitely that, and just not thinking that this was going to be backfire, and certainly not where it would be I think a lot of things told out of school. I think a lot of things that were said about this and continue to be, which is really the worst thing, is that they keep doing it. I mean, I have a friend who, when it came out, the article, he called me up and he said, "Hey, I saw this thing. Can you autograph it for me?" All right, I got it. That's funny. I mean,
okay, Frank, that is so. You're gonna have to set up a PO box in your town so my audience can send in scrap papers and have you sign it for them. Like, I love that.
But I mean, other people have said, hey, I saw this, what is this, and I've explained it to people, and I've said, what you're reading is not really what happened. And you can definitely, what Chris said, I shouldn't have done it. And I certainly would never do anything like this again. And I definitely will not ever speak to this woman again. I don't want to speak to Manny. That's the first time I mentioned his name. I don't want to speak to any of these people. I mean, Mike and Chris are friends. And Bryce, yeah, you're a friend too. And I feel comfortable with this, but
let's revisit really quickly how this has continued to be a driver for Grossman's audience. In a recent podcast a couple weeks ago, He even went as far, he had Jay Savino on the podcast. Jay Savino framed you to be a nut job. Mm-hmm. And he said that Manny Grossman said that you accosted Wendy Savino in the library. Now, per the conversation he had with Eric Galati, he said that he did not agree with the wording accosting because there were negative connotations. Now, this conversation with Eric Galati predated this more recent podcast, yet he is not correcting Manny Grossman whenever he is saying that you accosted his mother and continuing to frame you as a nut job whenever that's not accurate. Am I correct in saying this? Do you want to pull up the screen print of that podcast for us that I sent you?
One, if I'm doing the right one first.
Okay, do you want to go backwards because that's at the 16-minute mark. There we go. So the sphere when Frank DeGennaro accosted you at the library, when that man came to me in the library, and as I walked forward, I tried to walk around him, and he moved whichever way I moved, and I knew he was going to stop me. He blocked my way out, and when he said he was a friend of Son of Sam, a good friend of Son of Sam, did he say Son of Sam or did he say David? He said David. I'm sorry. He didn't say Son of Sam. He calls him David. So let's move on to the next one, and I'll read the next one. Okay, but then for 30 years later, she was victimized and said, I never wanted to say anything because I thought maybe one of these other people would come and get me. And then sure enough, some nutcase or some person comes up to her in the Valley Cottage Library talking about his best friend who's been in prison as long as he knows him and never met him in person as far as I know, says he didn't shoot you. So for clarification, you do visit David Berkowitz in prison. And further clarification, Jay Savino is not being consistent with his statements. He's telling Eric Galati one thing in personal conversations, and he's saying something completely different on Manny Grossman's podcast.
I think people are being swept up and they're enjoying the media attention. That goes for everybody we've spoken about. Say, for example, I think that's why they say what they say. And look, despite the fact that obviously people viewed the video, they're continuing to say that I accosted this woman, and I didn't. I mean, I didn't do anything. I did something that people wouldn't do. I understand that, but there was no ill intent, and there was no touching. There was nothing that happened.
And to emphasize, it's nothing illegal.
Yeah, you
right. All right. It's not illegal to go up to somebody and say, "Excuse me, are you so and so?" Okay, it's not. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't matter what the background is, okay, as long as you don't lay a hand on them or do something physical, there's nothing illegal about that. This is all opinion driven, okay, because you are not of the same belief as Grossman, okay, so he's going to depict you as Frank degenerate, Frank this, Frank, or accosting, because this is what he does, all right? But in reality, you're just a guy that ran into her coincidentally, okay? I mean, it happened, and yeah, okay, probably wasn't the wisest thing to do, but nothing illegal, okay? So you didn't accost, you didn't scare her. Detective Klein said to them that you were not a threat based on your behavior of giving your name, your phone number, and your email. Why is it still being put out there that you're some kind of problem? Okay.
Well, it's because the podcaster hates me.
Oh, and yeah.
He wants to continue.
Question. We know the answer.
He even says, "Thank God I crawled into my hole and not to be seen or heard from." He hopes that I am like that everybody who sees me, mistreats me, and like people really see the 300 viewers.
That's another thing. There was something said about, hope people go after you or something on those lines, he says
things like that.
threat, Frank. Like, if I were you, I might file a protective order, because that's a threat that's inciting violence against you.
Manny Grossman has a lot of online problematic behaviors, and he projects a lot. I mean, let's just face it. He'll accuse somebody of a certain behavior that he has done himself.
Yeah.
And I'm not immune to those kind of interactions with him personally. And it's going to be escalated from this point forward. And it will be addressed.
And I'm also attacked for my Christian, he say.
Yeah, it's attacking people's Christianity. Yeah. You're not a real Christian. And then, this is ridiculous.
That's not Christian behavior,
from an authority like him. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
And I just think it's funny. If anybody's obsessed with David Berkowitz, in my opinion, it's Manny Grossman.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
It's an unhealthy obsession. And the fact that he just sits around and looks for ways to cause trouble with people regarding this case. And I'm going to say it again, I've never once watched any of his videos, although he watches all of mine. Hi, Manny. I know you're my biggest fan. So nice to see you.
I will say.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart, honey.
That is always a funny Southern saying, Bryce.
Yes, bless your heart.
But if people want to see just how obsessed Manny Grossman is with David Berkowitz, I would recommend that they read my blog, Leaked Files and Broken Boundaries, who released David Berkowitz's psychiatric evaluation to Manny Grossman of the Grossman Files in violation of the New York Mental Hygiene Law 33.13. And then I wrote a more recent blog based on my own interaction with Manny Grossman. And this is From Legal Questions to Social Containment, how Manny Grossman with the Grossman Files public narrative replaces substantive response. It wasn't an easy blog for me to publish, but the way he has attempted to handle David's psychiatric records is uncalled for, and I'm not going to tolerate it.
Yeah.
Right.
They aren't a bartering tool.
There's no humanity. I think when you deal with stuff like that, you have to maintain your humanity for cases, even if you don't agree with the person, and there's no humanity that comes from him. And I'm going to speculate, this is just my opinion. If I was a betting woman, which I'm not, but if I was, I would guess to say that Manny Grossman is going to find himself behind bars before his life is done, because he keeps pushing the boundary and pushing and pushing and pushing. And we already know he's done a lot of illegal shit online. And when you don't know boundaries, when you don't have to experience consequences for your actions get more.
Yes, they're intensified, and you think you can get away with everything. It's just like with his military records. How did he get his military records? He's not legally allowed to have them. That's a violation of the Privacy Act of 1974. Who gave him his military records?
Yeah.
I kind of want to hire a PI. I think we should pull our money and hire a PI to see who gets the bottom of this once and for all.
I'm just waiting for karma to kick in. It's going to be so.
Oh, it will. And sometimes the way I feel like the universe, God works, is sometimes karma is instantaneous, and sometimes it's long and drawn out. And whenever it hits, it's always at the right moment.
It's a lightning strike. It'll just boom, karma.
Yeah, and so. I think that he's been lucky to get away with what he's got away with now, but I don't think he realizes that, and I think he's going to keep going, and I think it's going to land him.
If he keeps going with the rate he's been going, it's not going to end well for him.
I always have a bag of popcorn, and I just sit back and watch the shit show quietly, and it's hilarious. It really is, and I just know karma's going to kick in and all this will be done.
It's hilarious to a certain extent, but in other ways it's totally not funny because
there's serious implications.
Trying to barter somebody's psychiatric records. I mean, seriously? I mean, no. That's no.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and not thinking, okay, well, there's just a little bit of family history in there, and other information about the Casaras, and it's relevant to the history of the case. Well, it's also relevant to law, and there is more to a history obtained by a psychiatrist than just a simple family history. It's personal, it's a psychiatric record, and it's not meant to be bartered.
It's not entertainment.
No, it's not entertainment.
Yeah.
I mean, I went as far to say, can I reach out to David Berkowitz to get permission for this? No. Why does he need to be involved in it? Well, newsflash, they're his records.
Right.
Well, how do you not get that? Are you that dim?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's wild, and it just, I think I've been in this world for such a long time with deep dives into all these different cases and working with whistleblowers. There's something very fishy about Manny. I feel like there is an agreement that's been made behind the scenes. That's just I call it controlled opposition. But unfortunately, if Manny, if you're listening to this, I know you're not going to hear it, but listen, please, if you are controlled opposition, if you are being paid by someone on the inside to be like an attack dog for people who are questioning the narrative, you're going to be the first person they throw under the bus, darling. There's no loyalty amongst thieves. So don't, just be aware of that. Like, I can trust Mike, Frank, and Chris. Can you trust your people? It's very sad. And I just, and I'm sorry this has happened to you, Frank. It's not fair. It should not have happened to you. You're a kind person. Your intention was of kindness and charity, not of harm or threat. And this could have happened to anybody who has a good heart. And so I think the New York Post should offer an apology to you. I think there's things that
I chance that'll ever happen. No.
I mean, is there a defamation lawsuit there with the New York Post? Like, I don't know. Like, this is embarrassing. If I were the New York Post, I would be mortified by doing this. And it just goes to show you have to be careful. If you're a journalist, you have to be very careful about what you put out there, because people's lives are at stake, and karma is real. Karma is real.
It's not just the New York Post. I mean, it's a poor reflection on the Murdoch Corporation in general.
Yeah.
Because Murdoch owns the New York Post.
I actually sent a letter to Tina Moore, a long letter detailing all this, and I've gotten no response. I don't expect to get a response, but I sent a letter telling her how this affected me and telling her how she knew about this stuff. If she knew that I didn't grab Savino, then why didn't she find out exactly what I did? Because they reported things in there that I didn't do. And it did.
Were there fact checkers?
Yeah.
Were there fact checkers? There's no story. Right. What happened with you and Wendy Savino, Frank? There's no story. Right. It's in nothing. It's a conversation.
There's no story unless you touch her, you block her from moving, you say something crazy.
You're an acolyte of David Berkowitz.
You're an acolyte. You have to say, they have to say you're an acolyte and a disciple. There is no story. It was just a coincidence. You ran into her and you said, "Hey, are you Wendy Savino?" And they had a conversation, and she pulled you to the side and said, "Let's talk over here."
Yeah, she's the one that actually said, "Let's go over here."
Yeah. I mean, that's not.
She said, "Yes, I am," and she could have.
If you were scared, if it was me and I was scared of you, I would have tried to get out of there. Mm-hmm. Right. I wouldn't have been like, I wouldn't wanted to talk to you. I would have said, "No, I gotta go."
You could have said something to the person
that was
feet away from her or something. No,
I mean the whole thing is bogus, and it's a shame that it's in the official record in the police report. But then again, the fact that nothing happened to you shows that
you didn't do anything.
Because you didn't do anything, and there's physical proof of that. Okay, meaning the video. Okay, so the video had to be seen. All right.
It was. Yeah.
Well, we know. According to Galati, Jay Savino did see it. Law enforcement must have seen it. Who knows? Okay.
I mean, law enforcement. They said they don't know if it exists. They've never seen it, and
the library said law enforcement has it. If Jay Savino saw it, law enforcement had to have seen it. And if law enforcement saw it, and there was anything that could have gotten you arrested, you would have been arrested.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
that's
They're
story.
citing privacy reasons, and Jay Savino has seen the video, and others have seen the video. I'm just shaking my head over here. I think that Frank is entitled to see the video based on what
Sure. If
occurred.
they've seen it, why can't you see it? Yeah, I agree.
So the problem too is, Frank, is that you have been persecuted and crucified, and in our justice system alone, a defendant is innocent until proven guilty. Like if somebody is charged with crimes and goes to court, you have to say the alleged whatever, the alleged felon, until they're found guilty by a jury of their peers. You've already been found guilty, and you haven't even been charged with anything.
Right.
It's so
And
messed
you won't
up.
be because you didn't do nothing.
Yeah, you spoke to somebody. That's not a crime to speak to somebody. And let me just, as a woman, because Chris and I are women, so Chris, hear me out. If I was in a situation in public where I felt threatened by a man, I would have stayed at the counter of the library. I would not have walked away until that man had left, until I knew his car was gone. There's certain behaviors that women exhibit when they feel threatened. The fact that she pulled you to the side as a woman, Frank, tells me she wasn't scared of you. There was nothing she was afraid of.
I didn't.
And why would she be? You're a kind. You give off kind energy. You don't give. Women can read this stuff. Like you don't give off the energy of someone that's going to hurt anybody else. So why would she be afraid of you? So then to rewrite history, and I'm just going to say it, I know Wendy Savino is a victim, but two things can be true here. Two things can be true. I am so sorry what happened to her, but she also kind of has a history. Like I don't trust everything she says. Frank, you've never given me any reason to doubt you. She's given me plenty of reasons to doubt her. Doesn't take away her being a victim. Two things can be true. They're both true.
I totally disagree. No, I'm not disagree with you. I totally agree with you there, Bryce. Sorry.
Yeah. I was like,
based on what Jay Savino was saying to Eric Galati and what he is saying on Manny Grossman's podcast, as well as his own public record related to the New York City mayoral election, he's no longer practicing law because of it. I don't find anything the family says particularly trustworthy.
Well,
or their actions.
Yeah, whatever.
That's our opinion. We can have our opinions, right?
You know, I mean, just we also know he told Klein that his mother was never touched. So
yes,
you know. Anyway, I think we need to wrap this up.
Yep. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and put down in the description box, everybody's links, of course, are going to be down there. So make sure you're following Mike and Chris. And Frank, if you ever open up a channel, you let me know, and buddy, and we'll blast you out there.
I can't do what you guys do.
Might as well. At this point, you're already famous.
No, yeah, I'll just get on and keep telling the same story.
You're a disciple of David Berkowitz.
I know, right?
That's what I'll call the podcast. David,
Disciple DeGennaro. There you go.
Yes.
That's got a ring to it. Disciple DeGennaro. And just a note for the audience, Bryce is going to put up Wendy Savino's interview as well as the David Berkowitz interrogation at the end of this.
Yes.
I am also personally working on, I have a copy of the interrogation video. I've had it for a bit. Much of it is not audible. But the new, what's been released to the public, is more audible, the redacted version. I'm working on getting the video cleared up where there can be an entry point and it can be overlapped with the redacted interrogation video, with the redacted interrogation audio. And then I'll seek David's permission to release it. Because it is important for people to view the video in order to see certain problems with it. Because it needs to be analyzed from an interrogation standpoint to determine if any of David's reactions were influenced based on framing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's for another
it's
show.
David Berkowitz's birthday today, by the way.
June.
It is. Yes.
Happy birthday day. It's actually my aunt's birthday too. So Geminis, they're Geminis. I love Geminis.
Wow.
My partner's a Gemini. my little niece she turned 5 on the 29th a couple days ago. So all the little, she's a very typical Gemini. She tells you she loves you and then she smacks you at the same time. So yeah, she's like, I love you. And she smacks
Two faces. Yep.
She pulls her brother's ears and then she goes up to him. So yes.
I'd like to make one final comment. What I am very confused about as well is our documents were released to the People versus David Berkowitz for the interrogation in a redacted form, but then Manny Grossman was immediately given an unredacted interrogation video, and it really, that influences framing. And why it was released as unredacted through the People versus David, or redacted through the People versus David Berkowitz, and then unredacted in his podcast, I think it raises some additional concerns.
Yeah.
Because he also received police documents much earlier than what were released to the People versus David Berkowitz. David even had problems getting the police documents. Multiple FOIA requests were put in with the NYPD as well as the Bronx District Attorney's Office. First, that was done with the NYPD, and they turned it down. And then we moved on to the Bronx District Attorney's Office, and then it wasn't released through them, but documents were finally given to the People versus David Berkowitz.
Well, what about the postal records?
The postal records, I think those are a problem too, and I'm dealing with
those.
That.
Those aren't supposed to be given out either.
That is correct. That's the Privacy Act of 1974 as well, right. And I'm currently handling that. I'm in contact with NARA, and I'm figuring out the appropriate steps David needs to take in order to file a complaint about his postal records being released, including a sheet from a recent podcast related to his work records that should not have been released to the public.
All right.
It's a lot. There's
always something going on.
This case is the gift that keeps on giving it, isn't it?
Oh, it does. It's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, you guys. Well, thank you guys. Again, make sure you go down to the description box below and follow everybody's links, and make sure to give Frank some love in the comment section, because my channel knows that the news is fake anyway, and so this is just another example of fake news bullshit, and human lives are at stake. So please make sure to show Frank your love in your comment section, and Mandy, I'm sure you'll be there too. It wouldn't be a party without Manny Grossman, right? So anyway, guys.
Yeah, nothing like a toxic troll.
Every party has a party pooper, right? Like, that's why we invite Manny. He has to be the party pooper of the group. So, yeah. So anyway, thank you guys so much, and we will talk to everybody very soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
And before we get into the recordings from the NYPD's interview of David Berkowitz and Wendy Savino, once more, a brief word from our sponsor. If you've been looking for a sign to reconnect with your body, your breath, and your practice, this is it. At Fusion Body Studio, we believe movement should be more than just a workout. Our mission is to fuse ancient wisdom with modern movement so you can create an entirely different relationship with your body and with your health. And right now, we're excited to introduce 2 brand new practices to our platform. The first one is a full 108 sun salutations experience. And the second one is a 25 sun salutation beginner preparation practice designed to help you safely build the strength, endurance, and confidence to eventually complete the full 108. These classes were filmed at Ashtanga Yoga Atlanta alongside senior teacher Todd Roderick and are perfect for anyone looking to deepen their yoga practice physically, mentally, and of course, spiritually. Now, if you're wondering why 108, in yogic tradition, 108 is considered a sacred number symbolizing spiritual completion, transformation, and alignment. Practicing 108 sun salutations is often done during solstices and times of transition as a moving meditation, a way to release old energy and to step into something new. And honestly, there's never been a better time. Fusion Body Studio is transitioning onto an exciting new platform, and we wanted to bring our students a practice that honors growth, discipline, and transformation during this next chapter. And the best part? You don't need fancy equipment. You don't need a gym. You just need your yoga mat and the willingness to begin. Whether you're brand new to yoga or an experienced practitioner, Fusion Body Studio gives you access to intelligent movement and yoga, strength, mobility, breathwork, and spiritual teachings designed to transform your body and your mind from the inside out. And right now, you can use code BRYCE20 at checkout for 20% off your first 6 months at Fusion Body Studio. So if you're ready to move differently, train with intention, and experience what happens when fitness meets ancient wisdom, join us today at Fusion Body Studio. We'll see you on the mat.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, pleasure. Cintron, how are you? First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I know you didn't have to.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I know you're a little reluctant at first.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
We get it completely. So, first and foremost, we are detectives with the Bronx Homicide Squad.
Okay.
Okay. But what I can tell you is we're not here to put you back in the courtroom or anything like that. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah. You know, after all these years and all this
Sure.
misery, yeah, sure.
But I'm hoping that you can hear me out and possibly help us with one particular case. But before we get into that, I want to make something completely clear. I've been in homicide for 10 years. These guys have been in there for similar times. Collectively, we have over 100 years in law enforcement. There's one thing that we know, okay, is that people can be redeemed. There is redemption, especially when you're operating within the pillars of Jesus Christ and the Bible. And we don't take that lightly, and we know that possibly the day then is not sitting in front of us. We're all comfortable with that. We have sat in front of evil. We've experienced it firsthand, and the person I'm sitting in front of today is not someone who we consider evil. I want to be clear about that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to say because I've done a lot of research about you and I've watched some videos.
Okay.
And I know the person you've become and what you mean to the people here.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, so I want to be clear about that. There's also something that you and I actually have in common. You were in the military.
Yes.
What was your MOS?
I started out as infantry, and then when I got back to the States, the place they sent me to didn't have an infantry unit. It had been disbanded, so I ended up being a clerk type as a basic training unit.
Where did you go to boot camp?
No.
I went to, but right out of boot, you went to Korea?
No, I went to Fort down in Louisiana. My infantry training. And then from there, had a little leave time, and then went to South Korea.
I was in South Korea too out of boot camp. Where were you in South Korea?
I was right by near the D, not too far.
So you know all about Tongdachan and all that area out there?
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but
Yeah, so.
I was just a teenager back then, but you know, it was
Same thing, joined the Army straight out of high school.
Yeah, me too.
Went to boot camp. First duty assignment, I came back to the States, and then my last duty assignment was back in Korea, down by
I
Ocean.
heard of Camp Humphrey.
Yeah, that's like the main hub now. They shut down, and it's now a company.
And we were north of that. It was our
Sure.
main biggest port.
I've been to Canada, and next to it, right there on the border.
Yeah, but we were way up north, pretty much.
When we went to the field, we would go up to and go up there to camp and all those little outposts there. But I just thought that was interesting that you and I had that same path in the beginning.
Okay.
When you got out of the Army, did you move to Barnes Avenue?
Well, I went back to Co-op City originally.
Co-op.
Because that's where my dad lived. So I went to rejoin my dad. That was where I had an apartment. We had an apartment in Co-op City till he retired and got married and moved to Florida. And then I moved to Barnes Avenue.
Did you move to Barnes Avenue in 1976?
It would maybe be about that year from there.
76. And then when you left Barnes, did you then move to Yonkers, the Post Avenue address?
Originally to New Rochelle.
New Rochelle.
I was there for a short while, and...
Was that Coligny in New Rochelle?
Yes, Coligny Avenue, and then I went from there to Yonkers.
Okay. All right. So the reason we're here, right? I mean, that's obviously, I wanted to get to know you a little bit, right? But and discuss the parallels of our lives. But the reason we're here, it sort of centers around a woman. She's 87 years old, and she reached out to us. And when she reached out to me, very sweet older lady, still full of, vinegar, piss and vinegar, very, very much with it. And she discussed with us an incident that occurred to her. Now, I don't know if you know about statute of limitations, but you know what that is?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so obviously with murder, there is no statute. You can charge someone 100 years later. When it comes to assaults, the statute of limitations is very limited. Back in the 70s, it was actually 1 year, which seems ridiculous, but as it stands now, it's 5 years.
Okay.
So right around the time that you left the Coligny address, after you left Coligny, you didn't move into Yonkers until the 15th. You left Coligny on the 8th.
Yeah, I wouldn't even remember those
You
things.
wouldn't?
It was just a blur.
Do you remember why you left Coligny?
Well, the people who owned, I rented a room there.
From Nan?
Yes, yeah, from, I got the name now you mentioned. And they were, they really weren't good landlords. They said, I worked the night shift in security, as a security guard, and I need to sleep during the day. And so I said, well, you have dogs in the back there, they're not going to keep me up. They said, oh no, they're always locked in. But then he let them out, so I couldn't get any sleep. I was really coming apart. I used to end up sleeping in my car in Orchard Beach and everything because I couldn't get any sleep. Having slept through most of the morning. And so I moved out. I just left there.
You left abruptly, right?
Yeah.
You don't remember when you first left Coligny, you don't remember where you stayed for that week or 10 days? Did you stay at a hotel somewhere or in your car?
It would probably be in a car. Yeah, I moved over gradually. I took stuff over gradually and just left it, so it may have been a week and a half to finally move.
Okay. So, right around the time that you left Coligny, there's a restaurant that was at the corner of
Boston Road, Falk Avenue. Yeah. I know what you're here for. I have a friend, retired, high school principal in New York City. He sees this guy something or other that has a video something, and he said that they were trying to connect me to this crime that happened. A woman was shot and wounded on Boston Road, just over Falk Avenue. I just got the...
What's this person's name?
Yeah.
What's the last name?
He lives in Harold. Right. His father's a retired NYPD officer, and his brother's a retired NYPD sergeant.
Okay, so I'll tell you who contacted us, and it was not. It was. Yeah, on the. I thought it was the first.
Finish the second, I think,
Here she is. This is who contacted us.
Yeah. And this is the lady that said she was injured?
This is the lady that says that, well, she was shot. This is what she looked like back then.
Yeah. But I first of all, I was not involved. I never knew this until about 2 weeks ago when this fellow does these podcasts. He's very hostile person. He does these podcasts. I've never seen them, of course. I don't know this guy. He somehow interviewed this lady, and my friend watches his podcast, keeps me abreast of things, because that guy is obsessed with me. He mentioned that this lady had said that she was shot by me, which is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, well, I mean, from the perspective of law enforcement, and I appreciate your take on this, from the perspective of law enforcement, there's some elements to that I would like to bounce off you, and you tell me what you think.
Yeah.
her name is,
Okay.
was sitting in her car outside of that restaurant, and a male walks up to her and shoots 5 times. Now, the day before she's shot is the day that you leave the Coligny address, and of course your landlady says that you were extremely angry about barking dogs, and that you left.
Because because they were dishonest and said, oh, well, we keep them in the garage and be able to sleep during the day. It was just the opposite.
Yeah.
So I was pissed off at that.
Having worked midnights in the police department, I know exactly what you're saying. You hear every lawnmower, every weed whacker, you hear everything. So I can sympathize with and empathize with you in regard to that. But what my point is in a lot of your writings, and I know that back then is not now, and I know that there were some emotional and psychological issues going on that you sorted through, right? But back then, oftentimes, sort of a trigger for you was a reaction to barking dogs. I know they overplayed the thing. A lot of that's garbage. But there are writings which we know are related to you that you wrote where you sort of had a reaction to barking dogs, and then within a day or two, there was some sort of hostile act that was you acting out that aggression. Now, the day after you but storm out of Coligny, this young lady is unfortunately shot. Now, at the time, she draws a sketch, and just to give you perspective, so this is a sketch she draws, and obviously that is your mugshot, and it doesn't take a seasoned detective to see similarities, right? So,
remember, this sketch is done prior to anyone.
nobody knew who you were.
Right.
So I did sort of a comparative analysis to the different writings, and I hope it's okay that I show you this, because I certainly don't want to bring you back, and you've been more than kind in hearing us out, right? So you can see here, she rented a room in New Rochelle, $50 a week until April 8th. On April 9th, Miss shot, okay?
Yeah.
So on April 27th, there was the dog barking, and then Harvey the dog was shot the same day. And there's writings about that, all right? Then there's the writings about, you wrote this many years, I'm sure you don't remember, but December 22nd, 2 days later, Rocket the dog is unfortunately shot. And I think there's one more. Sure, right here. This is, you're writing about dogs barking and it being bothered you, and then the same exact day, the occurs. So from the perspective of law enforcement, sort of paying attention to patterns and things that marry up, it does see that when Ben, in his sort of emotional state, would sometimes act out when triggered by dogs barking, it stands to reason that when we look at this sketch and we listen to this lady talk, that maybe these things could be connected. Now, I know you're saying you didn't, and obviously this guy, whoever he is saying what he's
So
saying.
you need to check in on that, because that was the first I heard about it, when this aired some kind, he does these podcasts about the case, and he's been doing that for a while.
We don't pay attention to that.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know him either. He just popped out of nowhere, became obsessed with the case, and on his own makes these podcasts.
Yeah.
So somehow he had met with this lady or got information about this lady I've known for like 30-something years. He told me about it. He just wants you to know, be aware of this. This is going on, and I just actually sent him an email back saying, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Well, very strange.
So in July of '76, after passes away, the detectives in homicide and detectives that had this case start to compare notes, and they're like, these cases are exactly similar, the sketches are exactly the same, and it started to, that's when the first connection's made in July of '76. Now, this lady at the time after she spends a few months in the hospital, she flees to England. And while she's in England, she's contacted by her local police department. She's contacted on behalf of the Bronx District Attorney's Office, and they bring a photo array, which is an array of photos. Your picture is one of them, and this is in October of '77 after you're arrested, and they're like, do you see who shot you? And she said, that's him right there, and she identified you. Now, she stayed in England until 1979, so obviously your cases sort of began to progress without her.
Yeah.
We are, as we sit here today, we are not charging you with the shooting of this lady, but what we're looking for, because she literally sat at her kitchen table right here and says, I pray for him every single day. She's a very religious woman. If there's any chance that you were involved in that particular shooting, because the facts and the pattern demonstrate that it likely was you from a law enforcement perspective, and we could just say we spoke to you, he feels remorse, and she's ready to move on.
This is the first time I've seen her. The only handgun I owned was that 44 caliber, the bullet revolver. I don't know.
You bought that in July of July of '76,
Yeah.
right before. This is in April. This was not a 44.
Yeah, I have no other handguns.
But we didn't mention what caliber was used, so how do we know that it was a different handgun? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you just said you've only used the 44, but I didn't mention the caliber that was used to shoot her.
Well, that will be the only thing. I don't know what caliber that was. I'm saying that was the only gun I had.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't match that, then I don't know.
Do you, at least from our perspective, understanding why we sort of feel the way we do?
It's very unusual. This is like
I mean, this is uncanny, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
I'm sorry. For someone to, I apologize, for someone to describe this, like my partner said, prior to any incident, it's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah.
You know, that's someone that would be like me and you, like right now. If someone came up to you and they walked into your sketch art and they go, describe that detective, you would do a good job. You would tell them how to, because we're looking at each other, right? So this is all prior to any of your first encounters with law enforcement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, it's the sketch, but also the physical description. Blue eyes, leather jacket, the way you, about 160 pounds, 5'8", 5'9".
I was actually more than 106. I was like 200 something, 210 back then. When I was arrested.
but the black leather jacket. Remember that name?
Yeah, sure.
Do you remember loading your leather jacket right around that time?
No, I don't.
No.
I know we got together a few times. He ended up becoming a police officer.
Yes.
We kind of grew up in late teenage years together in Co-op City. We were also members of auxiliary police, 45th Precinct.
When he was interviewed, he said that during that time frame that he gave you a leather jacket to borrow and never got it back. Describes the person that approaches her as wearing a leather jacket very similar to the one that let you borrow.
I don't remember giving me a leather jacket. I honestly don't.
I wasn't even born, but that's what he said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously we've sort of developed like an investigative opinion here, right?
Right.
And I understand. It's probably very difficult to have to digest this information, especially sitting in the position you are. I know what happened yesterday, and I know it's probably not easy to deal with that. What I would say to you, as someone who's sort of enveloped yourself in the Lord, right? And we are people that believe in redemption. If there's any chance that maybe you even don't remember this time frame because you were in the right state of mind, because the fact that you had sort of a mental break the day prior, and then the next day she shot, and we can sort of do a sort of a parallel comparative analysis to the fact there was other times when you reacted to dogs, and it resulted in either dogs or people getting shot. What I'm saying is, if you're purposely not telling us or you don't remember, that could be one thing. But if there's some reason why you don't want to talk to us about it, we're not, like I said, you have my word as a gentleman and also as a man who attends church every Sunday, that This is something there's nothing you're gonna be charged with. The only thing we're trying to do is to make this woman whole, that's it.
Right, and I understand that, and I agree with that's a good goal, that's your goal, that's your profession. But at the same time, I don't know this woman, it was just this past week that I heard about it. Now, do you know what, day that was what, the reason
So it was the day after you left Coligny, so it was April 9th of '76. You had not yet moved to Post.
Yeah.
You were between residences. It was very close to where you used to live on Barnes, less than a mile from where you lived on Barnes. And, you know.
But I would suggest that I'm trying to think of where I was working, because I was working as a security guard.
On White Plains Road?
Yeah, on White Plains Road, but I was assigned to a place in Manhattan, truck yards in Manhattan, even though it was who had their office at White Plains Road in the Bronx. I would know where, to see if you have to look up employment records to see if I was working that day, if they even have that stuff available. I don't remember when I started working in the post office. I worked there almost a year.
On 149?
Yeah, at 149th Street. So that's all I could suggest is if you look at those dates to see if maybe I was working on those particular dates or something.
Yeah.
I can't think what I was doing in April.
I can't remember what I was doing last week.
No, seriously, I mean, if I did it, I would confess, but I didn't. This is the first I heard. It was just this past week from an email from a friend who watched that on TV and so forth. So
that's unfortunate that you know. I mean, we are only working with this young lady. I mean,
yeah. Well, now he was just watching that. He watches these podcasts. So he's got a whole bunch of podcasts. A lot of it on the case. This guy, whom again I never met or don't know much about. He's kind of devoted his free time to doing podcasts about the case. You know, to Meyer Park and this and that. So he was the one who broadcast something on this, and so watching it told me, and you know, I don't know what to say. I'm trying to think how I could show that I was working at the time.
Yeah, that would be difficult. Do you have any sort of recollection of where you were staying between Coligny and Post? I mean, we have the 9th we have the 8th to the 15th, so we have a solid week where you don't have an actual residence.
I think I was, I can't really say where I would have been. I would have had either been, you know, I was staying in Coligny area, even though I began to move things to Pine Street in Yonkers.
Pine, that's right, same place.
Pine Street in Yonkers, and so I don't know when officially I moved in there, on that.
Did you ever, that restaurant, Nina's, was that a pretty popular restaurant?
I don't even know about it. The only reason I don't even know the name is just my friend mentioned the corner of Boston Road and Bauk, and he said there was a program on where he's trying to connect you with this shooting. And I said, well, that's ridiculous. I don't know who this person is. It was just this past week. I just got the email on my tablet, you know, so I don't know.
But I mean, it's pointless to ask you if you're familiar with that area because you literally live less than a mile.
I know the general area. I don't know the restaurant. I don't think I ever patronized any of the stores along that part of Boston Road. But of course, when I lived in Co-op City and was always in the Bronx, I passed out that intersection many times. It's busy intersection.
Yeah, I'm sure. But you, just independently of that, you don't recall where you were staying during that week?
No, I would have to think that I was probably staying in on Pine Street and then also moving my stuff back or staying there. I don't know. I think I had left without telling the casinos that I was leaving, and eventually they found out that I was gone. I left $50 for that week's rent and disappeared because I was tired of that place. I wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what dates those were. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you like this. Do you think that there is, because for us, it would be short-sighted to think that you were charged with every single thing that you were involved in, right? Is there any possibility in your mind that because of your altered mental state, that you could have been involved in this and blocked it out?
I don't believe so, no. I don't believe so. Yeah, this is the first, just the other day is the first I heard of this incident.
If you were on the jury and we were, let's say it's 1977, right? We're within the year, and we have a jury and we have a woman who's making the ID, and we have the pattern with your reactions, your emotional reactions to the dog barking, and she draws the sketch. What would you say about that?
Well, there's a similarity, but back then it would have been, they probably would have still had my appointment records in some places. We could just verify that date. Maybe I was working that day.
What shift did you usually work when you were a security guard?
The night shift. I would come in, I think around 5 or 6 o'clock, and I work till the morning, till sunrise. Yeah.
Do you remember what days you were off?
No, I don't remember the days. I don't remember the days.
Did you typically work Monday through Friday?
Yeah, and weekends. I know I work weekends too, but I don't remember specific days off. I worked for maybe a year and a half altogether, and I worked in 2 different truck yards in Manhattan. I don't think they're even there anymore. You know.
Yeah. And what years were you doing the security?
Well, after I got out of the Army, I started to work for the security. I put in an application for a job because I just got out of the Army. They hired me, so I was like night shift, one of those minimum wage jobs.
What year was that?
Would be 70,
You got out of the Army in 74?
yeah, 74. So it would be 74, it's around 74, 75. I worked.
You were there a year and a half, you said?
Approximately, to the best of my recollection,
Okay. Well, I mean, this occurs in mid-76. Do you remember what you were doing for work in mid-76? When did you start the post office?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because when you're arrested in August, you are working for the post office.
Yeah, right.
Did you spend more than a year at the post office?
No, not exactly a whole year. Not exactly a whole year. I wish you had access to those records just to see if I was at work.
So, I mean, it's, a lot of times just talking through this, because the timeline would be helpful. If you are arrested in August 77, did you start the previous summer at the post office? Did you start the same year? The federal employment records would be easy to run down.
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you could do that, yeah, just to check, because I can't remember those dates when I started, and there was a time I was, for a brief time I was working for the Co-op City cab service for I think maybe a month or so, and I was living in Pine Street at the time when I was there doing that, and then I went to the post office.
How long did you live at Pine for?
I think a little over a year. I think so.
So did you start the cab service when you first got to Pine, or a little after?
I think a little after. Then the job opened for the post office.
And you took that?
I took that, yeah.
So how long in between work from security to the cab driver was there a gap?
No, everything was just straight through. Everything was just straight through.
There was no gaps?
Not that I remember. I mean, when I first got out of the Army, I filed for unemployment for a while. I signed up for Bronx Community College and the GI Bill, and then I began to work for them. But I don't remember what year I started. That's when they had their office on White Plains Road. Do you know if it's there anymore?
Yeah, it's still there.
Oh, okay.
So let me ask this a different way, right? If you weren't working security, you weren't actively working security, and you were one of these other jobs, perhaps a cab driver, perhaps you started the post office, which we know has normal business hours, and you were on that jury, and you had a very similar MO, you had very obvious pattern behaviors, you had this sketch, and you had a 6-pack photo ID. If you're the juror, what do you think?
Well, yeah, well, more than likely, yeah, it would look like me, I can't deny that, but it's not, I don't know about this case.
What if, you did mention at first about the ballistics in regards to this case.
Right.
What if the detective said it was a 44? What does that change to you?
Well, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. I don't know what caliber, because that wasn't my handgun, that wasn't in my possession. If this woman was shot with that, whatever caliber that was, I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the detective in me is paying attention to the fact that when I asked you about it, you said, well, I only ever used the .44 because we never mentioned that she was shot with anything else. But when you were arrested and they did the search warrant in your apartment, they did find various guns of various calibers.
Right, but I mean, as far as the handguns, right.
So let me ask you about one other thing.
Yeah.
So there was a time frame when you spoke to investigators and you said that there was one uncharged shooting with a woman that crawled away. She was an older woman that crawled away.
I said that?
Yes. So this woman, the majority of the people that, you know, fell victim were in their late teens, early 20s. This woman was almost 40 years old.
Right.
And when she was shot, she crawled from her car into the restaurant. And so, obviously, again, from our perspective, we don't have a lot of women, even in 1976, who were shot and crawl up the street. You made mention to this. It's actually covered in an article here. They were never able to figure out what that case was because you said you thought that it was in Yonkers. Obviously, our belief is that it was probably this case. Do you ever remember discussing with investigators back then that there was a woman who crawled away?
I don't.
So is it safe to possibly assume that this is the woman that crawled away and you're blocking it out? Because back then, obviously we know you were in a different state of mind then, you back then described to investigators that one singular woman that wasn't charged crawled away.
I don't recall that. I don't recall.
Okay, let me just show you one thing. Sure. It's kind of, so no evidence yet to back the suspect claim of shooting. Police have yet to find any evidence to confirm claim that he shot an elderly woman in Yonkers in Westchester County. DA Carl Vergari and Yonkers Assistant Police Chief Henry Scamper said they found no open cases of that nature for 3 years, but Vergari said he is checking adjacent communities to include Mount Vernon and the Bronx. 24 of Yonkers pled innocent Tuesday in Brooklyn murder of Moskowitz, blah, blah, blah. So this is a legitimate article. Obviously, the district attorney and the chief of police for Yonkers were spending a lot of time and man hours trying to run down what you told them. And you told them that there was one particular woman that wasn't charged that crawled away. This woman crawled away.
I don't remember that.
Do you think it's possible that this is that case and you just don't remember being involved in it?
I would remember something like that.
But you don't remember telling them that there was one singular woman that crawled away?
No, there was nothing that I could recall that would have anything like that happen.
Okay. I mean, you understand our perspective.
No, I understand.
You're a very astute and articulate gentleman.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I would direct you with that, other than look for employment records.
Yeah, I got that.
I don't know.
But what if those employment records don't show that you're working? I understand where you're coming from by saying, if I'm working, I'm not there, but through our perspective, that's where we're going. If
I mean, just
potentially any of those jobs, probably besides the moving company, if you're in Manhattan, you have the ability to kind of leave what you're doing at the time to commit any act you're committing.
Leaving Manhattan, you mean?
Or anywhere you are, right?
Well, I worked the night shift in all the night jobs, so like past midnight hours. I would get off early in the morning.
But I think those security jobs were attributed more to your time right after the Army, right? We're well into 76 at this point. I think you're working a cab because didn't you see cab driver during that time frame, and you in your altered state kind of started to follow along with some of the aspects of cab driver?
Right. And the cab driver job was in the daytime in Co-op City. That was the daylight hours.
Okay.
From morning, I think around 7 till maybe 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It's like 10-hour shifts or something with the Co-op City cab. It was a cab, not a yellow cab, it was those cabs on call. And so that was the daytime job.
I guess my biggest struggle here is the fact that you don't remember discussing with investigators about the singular woman who's crawled away, because Yonkers went through their entire 3-year history all the way back till you got out of the military and tried to figure this case out. I don't think they came into the Bronx. Here we have a person who gets shot in a similar fashion the day after you have a negative emotional reaction to the dogs barking on Coligny, who draws a sketch that's identical to you, who identifies you in a photo array. 3 months later, 2 miles away, shot in their cars. It doesn't take a detective of 20 years to sort of put this together and say, this is the version of him back then in his altered state. It's a struggle for me, and I don't mean to say that in an offensive way.
I'm just trying to help you out. How would I be able to show that I was not involved with that in any way?
Well, if you don't remember that you said there was a woman that crawled away, if during that time frame we found a woman that crawled away, is it a possibility that you can't remember this?
I don't see how I would forget something like that.
But my question would be, if you remember such minute details of that time frame, you should also remember when you spoke to investigators that you told them there was one other case of a woman that crawled away.
I'm trying to think what investigators those were.
Well, it's probably from Yonkers.
Because
it was investigated.
I don't recall ever talking to any officers from detectives from Yonkers.
So,
when I was arrested, everything was in New York City. I don't recall ever being opposed.
so that information was relayed to them somehow. We can't, obviously we weren't around back then. We can't say that Yonkers actually pulled that information from you, but during the course of your interrogations or your writings or whatever, they got the information to start looking for this one uncharged person that crawled away. I mean, this is an article from back then. See what else it says here. All right, regarding Burka's statements about a Yonkers shooting, very bare bones, no details. Authorities, she crawled away, she didn't die, she was hurt. He didn't remember the date. Vergardi said 2 unsolved cases in Yonkers appeared to be sniper attacks, 125 and 140, and were shot earlier in the year with a .22 caliber slug. 25-year-old was walking away. Nobody crawled away. So it would seem that they received this information either through official channels or you, and that you were sort of vague because you didn't remember specific details. So it stands to reason from an objective perspective that if back then you're giving these, I'm not sure the date, I'm not sure of the exact location, possibly Yonkers, but I know that this woman was older and crawled away. When we know all of your victims were in the same age range, and this woman was much older, she appeared to be older, she was 40 years old. Again, all the other aspects of this.
How you could you talk to those? The detectives probably long gone. Unfortunately, they're alive. Wow, that's crazy. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not trying to hide anything.
No,
I don't.
You're being, listen, if anything, maybe you don't remember, but I think there's a good possibility that you were involved in this. Your position is absolutely not. Is that correct?
Yeah, right. I would like to do what I can to just clear that. That's why I was saying, can you check employment records on the time of that shooting, whatever that was, and where I might have been working? I was a sheet metal apprentice for a while too. I went to different jobs, but there's no way I can account for that.
So the timeline that we have about your employment only has you working the security jobs right out of the Army. All the other jobs you had, to include taxi drivers, would have had you around at 11 p.m. when this occurs.
Yeah, but at night also I was I worked the late shift in the post office. And I would come in, I think around 3:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and work till after midnight, 12:30. So.
No, I understand. I mean,
that's any way to.
No, I get what you're saying, and I do. What I would say though is if the year was currently 1976 or 77, and these facts were as they are here, we would be arresting you for her shooting.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not doing that because we're well beyond the statute.
Now, what day did this come? What year did this?
76.
76.
The day after your landlady said that you left Cleveland.
Yeah, okay, but I can't remember what date that was, but it would have been 76.
It was April 9th of 76.
Yeah,
11 o'clock.
can't think of where, well, I wasn't working at the post office back then.
You were not?
No, I wasn't, because I remember moving to Pine Street, and I guess I was still working as a security guard or as a cab driver, and my dad had gotten a letter from the post office saying they wanted to hire me. So I had originally put in an application, and it came out of the blue, so I said, well, this is something I would want to do. And so I took the Postal Service test, and they eventually hired me. It was training me at the time. So that would have been after Caligari Avenue.
Yeah.
When I was in Caligari, I didn't work in the post office. So I'm just trying to give you a time frame, so maybe.
And at that point, your dad was living still in Co-op City? Or was he on Lawrence?
No, they left Florida.
Oh, he left Florida. He never, that was my apartment that I rented out in Barnes. He moved to Florida with his wife. Yeah, that was, I think it's 75 or something. I can't remember.
Do you see the way you explained it though with the very, very, very similar details by,
really
she even describes the calmness as she believes it's you approaching her. That she was believing that it was actually someone maybe approaching for directions. She wasn't fearful at first. Then the mention of the leather jacket, she would never know that you got it from your friend.
Yeah, I don't remember the leather jacket. I don't see on what occasion I would even get a
I have an audio interview of it where that's what he says.
Yeah.
And it's just a very it's a spot on fact what she's telling us.
I mean,
as well.
this could be the most unfortunate set of aligning circumstances which point to your guilt, but you're saying it's not you. You know, listen, at the end of the day, we have a case that paints a picture.
Yeah, I understand.
Your statement, we respect what you're saying. Our opinion, based on evidence, is investigative. There's only one of us that was born in that time frame.
I'm the old man.
The rest of us were born in the late 70s, but having done this and sort of experiencing these situations where you have this sort of successive set of circumstances which line up, which paint a picture, they don't usually align like they do like this. Usually, Now I understand what you're saying as far as your alibi, and if this was 1977, we'd be right at your business and say, let's see the time card, and if you were working that day, well then, good to go.
Yeah, I know, that's why I wish they could somehow
The problem was there was nothing similar during that time frame. There was no sort of random violence that was occurring in the Bronx to, you know, whites, ladies sitting in brand new Jaguars. So this stood out, and even in the beginning, there was connections made to that first case in July. So from like the law enforcement perspective, it does paint a picture for us of one of culpability.
Yeah.
But we respect your position, we respect what you're saying, and we're probably going to close this case as is. I think there's nothing to do. The only reason we're here is to give her sense of closure.
I would like to just get it cleared up as best as possible as far as I'm concerned, because as you say, this overwhelming stuff, this is like so bizarre. And I wish there was some way I could just show that.
I've done this in the past where I've brought polygraphs into facilities. Would you be willing to take a polygraph in regard to this case?
Yes.
Oh, yeah? You might be able to put that together.
Okay.
But you're adamant.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. I've no knowledge of that. I swear, I heard about it this past week when this guy showed this podcast, and he covered that case, I guess, to this lady, but I don't know this at all. He's just a crime buff, you know, and my friend watches that podcast and alerted me. I can give you information if you want to contact him. I don't, you know.
No, well, I mean, we're going to look at the podcast and see what he says.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe that's what motivated her to reach out. I don't know.
I don't know who approached her or anything. I just don't know. Yeah, but I would like to take a polygraph test. I think that would be helpful, and I'd be willing to do that.
So no recollection, because like what he said about the lady crawling away. Where this incident happened, there's only one way in and one way out, and you would have to walk by the person to get out after it happened. And you don't remember at all saying that to the investigator?
No. I would really like to do that. I don't know how that stuff works, but I mean,
I've done it.
try.
If let's say there's this additional case where a woman crawled away that was shot and did not die. Obviously, whatever you told them back then, you had the knowledge that through whatever means, the papers or the news, that she didn't die. If you actually said that to an investigator back then, do you think that this could be that case, or do you think it would be another case? Or
I can't think of any case where a woman just crawled away. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. If I said that, I don't recall even saying that.
Yeah.
I don't know what detectives those were or anything, or...
You don't believe that the district attorney and the chief of police of Yonkers would misstate that in the paper, do you?
No, it wouldn't be. It would be maybe a misunderstanding. But you said now the police from Yonkers interviewed me? Or?
No. I don't know that that's true. I just know that they are giving this information to the news, that you mentioned in a case that you couldn't remember specific details on, where the woman didn't die.
Potentially, it could have been the detectives that you said you spoke to in New York, and they just shared that information with Yonkers because of maybe some of the information you told them.
I don't know. I don't recall that. I'm really sorry. I can't be further help. I'm trying to.
No,
I can.
It would seem like you're putting your best effort into remembering. I mean, obviously, we have an investigative opinion, and those don't line up right now, but that happens. Let me ask you this: is there any other cases that you think we could close out by talking to you in the Bronx, Yonkers, anywhere? No.
Yeah. I took responsibility for everything, and I'm doing my time.
You're a changed man. Yeah.
So like you mentioned, this woman here, that day, it was April 1976, her whole life, ever since then, she's 87 now.
Yeah.
Her whole life has been about that day. She went on to live a good life. She has children, she's doing all for herself. But her whole life revolves around that one day.
Yes, I understand that.
Like the detective mentioned earlier, she did a sketch that day in the hospital. She got shot 5 times. She did a sketch that day. And that day, that sketch couldn't have been done any better by artists, but they had you sitting right next to that, and they sketched it.
Yeah, I saw that.
From that day on.
Kind of freaky, yeah.
From that day on, that woman kept that sketch. For years, she, like the detective mentioned, she went back to England. Feared for her life. Didn't want to leave the house for years, affected her children, affected the family, where she wouldn't even let her kids go outside. Comes back to the United States, you had already been arrested. For years, she knew, in her mind, that you were her assailant that day. Convinced. That's the sketch. That's that sketch up against
That's
a picture of you.
That's a sketch.
Better than convinced so much that she carried it around. She told everyone that would listen that you were her assailant on that day.
Just recently, I first began to hear this.
So here we are now. Statute of limitations way expired. Because if this happened in 1976, it probably would have been expired by 1981. And the fact that, you went to prison for your crimes, and I really commend you for becoming a changed man and to owning up to that. But she is nowhere mentioned in the story.
Right.
Meanwhile, her whole life revolves around that day, and who she believes is herself.
Right, that's very tragic.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
When you've gone your whole life, and you focus on that one day, and you in your heart know who did this to you. believes you did this to her. And at the end of the day, that person who is not even going to be charged with it is not going to give her the closure.
Well, if I did that, I would mention, but I did not. I don't know who this is, and I noticed that again the weight. This is the person in the 30s. I don't know, mid 30s or whatever. But I was 25 or something.
Right.
Yeah, and then also the weight, 160. I was over 200 pounds.
How's that hair look back then?
Oh, it looks like similar, but that's I mean,
Do these look similar to you?
yeah, somewhat, yeah.
You can see why the detectives made the connection here.
She still has that in her purse.
Been around since 1976, and all she wants to do is to put this to bed, so that whatever she does have left of her life, and I hope she lives another 87 more years, she wants to put this to bed, and she needs closure. And like the detective mentioned, she's very, very religious. From what I understand, so are you.
Well, yeah, I have my faith in the Lord. I don't wear it on my sleeve, but I try to serve the Lord faithfully, I ask for forgiveness of my sins and crimes and things in that dark part of my life, which I terribly regret. But I don't know this.
No, and I appreciate that, and I truly believe that when I look into your eyes. However, if there is a possibility and there is a chance that maybe you were there, you did this, or that there's a part of your life that you cannot remember, or maybe there were other victims that you don't remember, if there is that possibility, we'd like to know. We'd like to put this to bed as well. She would like to put this to bed in her life. She's carried it around since...
I understand. No, everything you're saying is perfectly logical and very reasonable and passionate, passionate. I wish I had my employment records from all the stuff that were gathered out of my property, whatever they found in my apartment.
I understand that, but like he was saying, if your employment record said you didn't work that day, are you gonna say that you did it then?
No, but I'm saying it would exonerate me.
That's what I'm just saying.
Even if we got them, we wouldn't really change the facts presented today.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But there is a chance.
It is an uncanny resemblance, I obviously admit that,
So you truly believe, like on this day, that you remember every incident that occurred, every time that...
Not the time frames and things, but I remember.
But you recall every single...
Yes, I would remember that, I would remember the word.
Whatever happened to the leather jacket, by the way?
I don't remember.
Do you ever remember owning one?
No, I had an army jacket, I had a ski jacket, but I don't remember ever having a black leather jacket. I honestly don't, I don't remember. Said that, or what circumstances he said that. I don't know why we borrow a leather jacket from him.
I mean, leather jackets were pretty cool back then.
Yeah.
Bonds was a big thing, right?
You did live over a garage, right? Like
Yeah.
Is there a potential that you just, like they were saying, that you just blank out certain aspects of your life from back then?
I'm sure they probably were, I'm probably sure they were, yeah.
Do you think that could have fell into those?
Go ahead.
I would remember something like that clearly. I would remember something like that clearly.
And you're saying something like that, like an incident that you pulled a trigger or you shot a gun, like that memory is clear to you?
It would be clear. I may forget, like with all these cases, the dates and the times and the circumstances, but I would remember them to enough.
See, and I get your point on that. That's why I think we keep going back to that part where you explain crawling back. So potentially, do you just forget
I can't.
every aspect of what happened to her, but you remembered one of the key things because maybe no one's ever crawled back before in a situation. No one walked away from the situation.
I don't remember.
And that stuck out to you because that woman did crawl back.
I wish I could remember the circumstances where they said that I said that, who I was talking to at the time. I can't remember ever saying that to anyone.
Do you ever remember a woman sitting in a silver Jaguar, brand new in a parking lot?
No.
I'll show you the parking lot, maybe that'll jog your memory. This is the parking lot here. No?
No.
One thing that's sort of been bothering me is when we first started going through this stuff and we discussed the cases, you said you only ever used a .44. Why would you think we'd suspect anything different? Or why would you think she wouldn't have been shot by a .44?
Well, that was a very rare gun. Wasn't very common. And second of all, the ballistics wouldn't match up. You know immediately that was what that weapon was. So I figured the only gun I had was a .44 as far as a handgun, and so she would have been shot with that. So I don't know what other caliber or whatever that was. That's why I mentioned that. It was very unique gun with limited distribution or whatever.
But just for the record, she shot in April and you bought the .44 on June 12th.
Okay. So it would, all right, then it would have been different. All right.
Did you ever own a .32 caliber?
No.
Did you ever borrow one from any of your cop friends that use it as an off-duty or anything?
No.
No.
Did you ever own a .22?
I had a .22 caliber rifle in my apartment, as well as a shotgun, 12-gauge shotgun. But nothing. I wish I could be of more help. I'm trying to think how could...
Well, it's really, like Lou mentioned, it's really for her. You know what I mean? You gotta understand that.
I appreciate that. I wish I could.
Unfortunately, she's an older woman. She doesn't have much, well, we hope she does, more to go in her life.
Yeah.
But
Would you be offended if we said all four of us believe that you were involved in that? You may not remember it, you may have blanked it out, but...
I wouldn't be offended. I mean, my life can't get any worse than it is, honestly, but...
well, we're just following facts as well, too. You're sitting here and you're talking to us,
Yeah, to
but...
see some of that,
Yeah.
and, I'm first learning of it, but I don't recall that.
I mean, uncanny is a good adjective, it's a good way to describe it. I mean, it is, I've never seen as many facts line up and, a pattern of crimes and then...
Yeah, okay. Before purchasing the .44, did you have any other interactions, whether it was a friend's gun or automatic guns, anything like that?
No.
So you never held a handgun prior to buying the .44?
I had
Besides being in war or anything like that with the Army?
well, in the Army, I had the .45 when I was trained.
But coming home after military, prior to purchasing the .44?
Well, I had a replica handgun.
What kind was that?
It was I think it was a .38 caliber replica handgun that actually with us. We went down to Washington D.C. and there was some kind of patriotic event, and there was a store that sold like replica handguns at Olympians. I was I think 17 at the time, and so we all bought guns. I believe too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you never held
No.
a handgun prior to purchasing the .44?
No. Other than the replica. Yeah.
Replica that day as well?
I believe he did. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It was, I don't know what model it was, but we were four of us. We stopped at the shop where there was offering handguns. I don't even know why we stopped there, but they said, well, we bought those, which were against legal. Because the barrel was all sealed up, and we were just kids then, teenagers.
Yeah.
I was with the auxiliary police, the 45th precinct, and just getting started with that. And that was interesting, and then I went into the Army as soon as I finished high school, and then tried to start my life over again when I got out. But I wish I could get to the bottom of this, and I'll be open to take a lie detector test and any kind of, anything I could do.
Well, I think in all, I think like he said, we kind of feel like we believe it's you. We're just being honest, and it's nothing offensive, right, but we just go by the facts as detectives and the evidence.
Were you ever diagnosed with any sort of, obviously, you were mentally ill when this was happening, right? What were you diagnosed with during that time frame?
Well,
Yeah, when did you first start experiencing those feelings?
probably more after I got out of the Army and started my life again, and I started to get into the Satanic Bible and stuff like that, and just began to lose focus, just trying to find my way. All the friends I had hung out with before going into the service, they pretty much moved on with their lives. So when I tried to reconnect with them, my father was a firefighter. These other guys, they were all just, because when I left for the Army, I was 18. When I came back, I was 21. And these guys had gone on.
I know exactly what you're describing. Because when you left, your life was like a snapshot of like being a late teen, partying, good times.
Yeah.
And you go away, and you come back, and in your mind, it's still going to be like that.
Yeah, sure. I saved up a lot of money, and when I was, not a lot, but like maybe $5,000 from being in the service, because I lived in the barracks, which I feel I did pretty good. And then I went to find different jobs. I joined my dad again in the Bronx, but he got married, he was moving, so I found my own place. I located my birth family. That was a wonderful blessing, and just tried to make a life for myself, because things went off course. I regret that.
Do you see the pattern behavior that existed as a result of your mental illness and the way you had a sort of negative emotional response to barking dogs?
Yeah, I guess for some reason that disturbed me, it just triggered something. I don't know why.
I mean, it seemed like it was definitely a trigger just based on the
I
fact.
was starting to lose sleep. I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was just, life was going downhill mentally,
Yeah.
My dad recognized that, and other people tried to steer me, but I wouldn't listen, and I just figured everything was okay, but it wasn't, But in this case, though, I really would like to get to the bottom of it, and I know it's a standstill, but all I can suggest is checking some kind of employment records, or time-wise, and I'm willing to take a lie detector test. I know it's a hassle. I don't know how that goes.
We could definitely look into that if you're willing to do it. Anything else?
Any other questions or anything?
No, I'm going to have to let my friend, let him know. He's down now, and to let him know what's going on, because he first told me about this in email when he saw this program on this podcast.
What did he say exactly?
He said that this was making accusations that was involved in the shooting of a woman in the Bronx, and he mentioned Boston Road, Alk Avenue, and I'm familiar with that area. I just drove through it. I didn't know anybody in that area, but I know that area, and that it was making a connection that I was involved in it. And I said, well, that's news to me.
Yeah.
But that's all I know.
Yeah.
He didn't have any real details, but that's what he said. And now then I get this, and like, wow, this can't be happening.
Well, we really appreciate your time. You definitely seem like a changed person, and for whatever it's worth, obviously it's impressive.
Well, I mean, I feel like I let you down, but I'm trying to right the ship here, because I know that I wasn't involved in that.
I would definitely feel better if you had recollection of this, or if you obviously voiced your involvement in it, but we want the truth. We don't want to be placated with an answer, obviously. We have to have integrity in this stuff, so.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to figure out how I could possibly show you that I was somewhere else when this happened,
We'll work on it, and maybe if we can work on it and get some records, and we'll stop that.
Yeah, I really wish you would do that somehow. I don't know how. I don't know what job I was doing at that time.
Perhaps we could run your Social Security, let's look at your taxation.
I would really ask you to please do that, the tax records, all those things, to see what jobs I was having at the time.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a big help. I would like to exonerate myself too. I know it looks terrible looking at this stuff here.
It does look pretty bad.
But I would like a chance to just clear my involvement with that.
Sure. Well, I mean, we have an obligation to the truth, and if the truth is that you weren't, then we're obligated to that. But obviously, the facts as they are, and the coincidence that, and obviously all the pattern behavior and all the facts as they are, obviously painted a picture. But that's an investigative opinion, right?
Yeah, I'd like to know exactly what I was doing at that time frame. I can't say that I know, so
But you'd like to know, just to prove that it wasn't you?
Right, yeah.
Or you'd like to know that you don't recall?
That I proved that it wasn't me. I wouldn't know how to do that after this length of time and the jobs I had. I don't know what's left. You know?
I think your tax record might be helpful. We'll check them out.
All right.
Thanks for talking.
All right. I wish you the best. God bless you. I know it sounds inadequate, but
No.
Thank you very much.
So you're sure that the first shooting, the Gloria shooting, that's the first time you ever
Yes.
or even tried to shoot somebody?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry.
No problem. Hey, listen,
Closure.
God bless.
And I wish her the best.
We'll pass that on.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for meeting with us.
All right.
But I have what do they call it? The one with the doors open like this, at the back.
Those suicide doors? Is that what they call
No, I
them?
didn't go that far. Oh, good grief. I drive it every day. It's like a short wagon. And the two back doors can open like that. And I thought that was a good idea, because there's 4 children here. If they wanted me to drive them to the sports or anywhere, they could throw that in the back and still get 4 children in it. But my eldest grandson thinks that the Mini that I gave him is the sexiest car out.
It definitely stands out.
Yeah, it's really cute. When I first came up here, before I moved up, they tell me, put the top down, Nana, right? And as I'm driving around, changing gear, they're waving to neighbours. And all of a sudden it starts to rain. I say, I think Nana's going to stop and clap. No, Nana, we're driving in the rain with the
Thank you.
top down.
Thank you.
You can put all those on the floor, Lou, if you
What
want.
I have down, Johnny?
You have the clubman. You had the
That's it, clapping. I'm trying if I explain why we've got stuff all over the place.
That's fine.
There's the other one. We did have more on the floor. Have seen all of those. This is a file I had in England, and he hasn't seen this at all.
Is the photo array that you saw in England and Kent, is that included in that?
Pardon?
When you went to Kent and you were in the
Kent.
police station, the photos that you saw where you made an identification, do you have a copy of that?
No. It wasn't. It was 10 pictures.
10.
Polaroids, right?
Yeah, very small. I mean, he had a little head there, and from here was his shoulders, so he was about 1 inch the face. But I still knew.
So it was
he
the size
But
of
it
like
was
a
only
passport photo.
basically like that big, right? It was only headshots, all the photos?
They were all 10 headshots, but his also came down to about here. I can see his shoulders now. Must have ended about there, which means if it's only 2 inches, it was a very small picture of his face. Okay. And he was dressed in regular clothes.
So I had them on the phone today. I called them.
Oh, who's them?
Kent Police.
Oh, you didn't?
I did. I had them on the phone, and they didn't want to help me until I sent them an email with my official police email. So I sent them the email, and we haven't heard back yet. I mean, I haven't checked in an hour or so, but I'm hoping that they have a file, and they have that. I mean, it's not going to make or break us, but I would like to have it.
Sure.
Do you have the detective's name? Because we have notes that has...
Swift. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bernard Swift, but
Bernard
he's
Swift.
dead.
Yeah.
He's died. Lovely man.
Give me that thing.
This is the extra, the one that I found.
Okay.
Lovely man.
Well, again, my name is Rob Klein, Rob Cintron, Louis DeSigli. And obviously we're here because he's an amazing guy. We have never worked closely with like a citizen sleuth or an internet sleuth or whatever you want to call him. Whatever he is, he knows his stuff. And when he first reached out to me and said that this is something you should look at, he was very humble about the way he approached it and said, I don't know, you're busy, and if I'm asking the wrong questions, you'll never hear from me again. But I told him immediately that come see me and let's get into this. So the credit goes to for being step one in this process. So we're grateful for him, and to be completely honest, we're grateful for you as well. We love survivor stories, and you are the true essence of a survivor story, and it's just very impressive. Just everything you have here, the house, the children, everything. It's very impressive. I mean, there's no shortage of tales of people who have gone through much less than you've gone through, and they use that as sort of a crutch to fail and to not. And we're not denigrating those people. You just see it goes the other way a lot of times, and for you to thrive in life the way you have, it's very good to see. But I have to offer our apologies too, because in a sense, the police department failed you. And I'm not talking poorly about the detectives before us. We have recovered the entirety of the case file from your case. We literally had to go on microfiche and sit there and turn the thing and go through, and we found it. And they did a lot of work. But it's, there's no mincing words. They suspected your husband up front. And I think you knew that.
They suspected my husband of shooting me?
No, they suspected your husband as being involved in your shooting.
Oh.
Which...
Dad was a suspect.
Oh, yes. Isn't it natural?
Yeah. It's kind of day one homicide stuff. Yeah. When something happens to the wife, your first thing you're looking at is the husband, especially when robbery's not a motivation, you're not involved in any criminality, God forbid, sexual assault is not a motivation. If it's just random violence, it's either the husband or it's the... So, this is long overdue for us to be digging into this. I can only suspect that you being away slowed things down, and then the fast pace in which things developed once they arrested him in August of '77, and they had so many confessions and so many cases, correct.
Him.
And for you to be shown the photo array in October, almost as an afterthought to all this, I think it just sort of fell by the wayside. Did you ever reach out to law enforcement after he was arrested and say, here I am, let's talk?
I was in England, and I stayed in England for 3 years.
So
okay. By the time I came back,
all right. So we'll forgive them a little bit, but
yes,
we're here to make it whole and to give you, to give you some closure. I think.
Thank you.
I've got the air on for you guys.
Yeah,
you guys
thank you.
That suit's on. It's warm.
Oh, not me.
I will say that we're going to approach this interview in a way that we would any other case, right? We're going to keep the integrity of the interview and the approach in a way where I'm going to ask you some pointed questions, and anytime we deal with a case or we conduct an interview, we always have to contend with the alternate theories, right? So while I believe that is the person that shot you, the detectives before me sort of developed a framework where they suspected your husband. So I'm going to work through a few of those questions on the back end, but I want you to know that I believe what you're saying.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Your legal first name is...
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
But
it's my given name.
his name is Lauren.
But when I went to this theatre here, they already had, and they would only have, in London, the Windmill Theatre, they would only have one girl with a name. So when I got there, they had two already. One was allowed to stay, The second one, they. And when I arrived, they put me at the back of the rehearsal room as 5 of them. What do you think she looks like? Yeah. And somebody said she looks like Peter Pan, because everybody has long hair in the theatre, and I've always had short hair because I'm always upside down.
This is amazing, by the way. I mean, it's very obvious you suffer from low self-esteem.
Oh yeah, bothers me terribly.
I mean, this is I'm joking, but obviously this is remarkable. I mean, you are beautiful today, but this is movie star stuff here.
Yeah, I started as a child. I became professional at 12, and at that time left home, and I had a nanny and a tutor, and obviously a teacher.
Yeah.
Travelled with us. So anyway, that's how I became. She looks like Peter Pan, and they said, "That's it." And I, since then, anyone that met me once I was appearing in this theatre would know.
Gotcha. And you met your husband while performing in Brussels, is that correct?
Yes.
At the Moulin Rouge.
At the Moulin Rouge.
Of course.
Yeah, the program's up there, actually.
And what year did you move into the Bronx?
I came to America in 1963.
And you were married what year?
1967. Took me 4 years to make sure I liked it. I really did not like New York when I first arrived. It was rush here, rush there, and wait. Yeah, everyone was always in a hurry.
Hasn't
Everyone
changed.
Always earlier.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Hurry up and wait. And the attitudes of shopkeepers, what do you want? I said, well, with that attitude, nothing, thank you. And walk out. And my husband said after a while, you know, you better change because all of them aren't going to.
And at the time of the incident, moving forward to April of '76, what did you do for work?
Nothing. I took care of my children and my homemaker, I suppose you call it. And helped my husband with names when we were out at different dinners because he could never remember a name.
And you have how many children?
2 boys.
And at the time of this incident, correct me if I'm wrong, your husband ran an insurance company and also a detective agency.
Yes.
He was a former police officer as well, right?
Yes, he was a Marine. And he was away for 4 years in the Marine Corps. And he was an only child. And his father said, why don't you come back to New York? Because he liked the camaraderie of the Marines and the family feel. Mm-hmm. I didn't know him then, of course. But this is what I've been told. And so his father said, well, come back and join the New York police force. It'll be the same thing. Mm-hmm. And he did. He was in the police force, I don't know how many years.
Yeah. And do we know why he left?
Before I met him.
Do we know why he left?
I can tell you why. He said in the Marines he had 10 general orders. If he disobeyed any one of them, he got shot. But in the NYPD, there was 4,000 rules and regulations, and depending on who and what you were is what you did or did not have to listen to, and it drove him out of his mind.
Some things haven't changed.
Yes, yeah. So that's why he left. He said, I can't do this. And that's when he started his own business.
So he had an issue with the lack of discipline in the police department.
I think so. I think
some way to sum it up.
Yeah, good way to sum it up. Again, he was a true Marine. My father was a DI. Went to Korea like 3 times. They kept pulling him back to train more soldiers.
I served in Korea as well in the Army.
Did you?
I did.
Did you?
So he did. That was his first duty station out of boot camp. Which, when I interview him tomorrow, it's going to be one of my openers. Okay. All right, so left 3 to Mike Clark at this point. All right, so let's go to that day, April
April the 9th, 1976.
Okay. That evening, I think you had met your husband in a location prior to Nina's, right?
Yes. How I happened to go out to dinner is I was going to England the very next day as a surprise for my family to spend Easter. So me and the two boys were going. And he called me up. He had a meeting with the owner and editor of a newspaper. And he was meeting with him and he met him. I hate the name of the place. It used to be called Gun Hill Manor. It's now something diner, John. Oh, he's gone. Oh, there.
Right. Sorry, it's
What's the name of the diner now?
It's closed, Ma. But it was
I don't go down there anymore. It was the Gun Hill Manor. It was a catering house and a restaurant and a bar. And he was meeting the owner and, as I say, the editor, whose name usually sits there. And he said, why don't you come down and join me for dinner? So
he said that to you?
Yeah, he called and said, why don't you come down and join me for dinner? You're going to England tomorrow. And one of the boys, that one, was out with a friend at a friend's house. So I had to wait for her to bring him home. I had to get a babysitter. So he's been there a little while, and I drove down on my own, down the Shore Road from Pelham Manor. You go out the back and go down the Shore Road, and you come right to Pelham Parkway.
Yep.
And on the corner is what was the Gun Hill Manor, which was a catering house, restaurant, etc.
So you went to the Gun Hill Manor first to meet him there?
Yes, that's where I met him. So I arrived alone. I walked from the parking lot into the Gun Hill Manor alone. So for all anybody knew, I was alone. When I met my husband and we had a chat and I had a drink and said bye to
brother. Just wants to listen.
Yep.
I don't want to talk to anybody.
No, you don't have to talk to anybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just tell your story, sorry.
And so I met him there, had a drink, and then he said, why don't we go to your favourite restaurant? We'll go to Nina's. So again, we left the restaurant front door together, but he went to his car, I went to mine. And we actually arrived at Nina's the same way, because we got two cars. He had a new Lincoln, which was a lemon. It kept breaking down. So he said, I'm going to park under the street light. So if it doesn't start, at least it's sitting in the light overnight. And I said, I'm going into the parking lot and I'm going right out the back because my car was 5 days old. And I didn't want anyone to hit my Jaguar.
So did you take Gun Hill Road straight up to
I'm
Nina's?
trying to think. I think somewhere we cut down and went through Balk, which is on the side.
No, I'm familiar because I used to work in that precinct there. So, yeah, because if you took Gun Hill, unless you went Allerton, because it splits there. You can consider on Gun Hill or you can split up to go up Allerton Avenue.
I would think so, and I think somewhere we came down and came up Balk Avenue.
Yeah, so you probably took Allerton, made the right to come back around.
My father was famous for finding routes that would avoid lights. So
Yeah, so he probably took Allerton.
That's what he did.
Okay, just for reference, because the building numbers have sort of changed. If this is Balk and this is Boston,
Yeah,
was Nina's right
that's
here in this
Nina's
corner?
right on the corner.
And this parking lot to the rear of the building, is this the parking lot you would have parked in?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where in this parking lot you'd park? Do you remember? If you
Right
don't,
in
it's
the
okay.
back. Okay, these were gates. There's no parking on this side. That door is not there. And it was just a flat wall. And back here was a skip. What else do you call
Dumpster.
it? Dumpster. And I could just see the front of it. And I came in and I went into the right. This parking lot looks a bit bigger than it was when it was Nina's.
It might be bigger. The buildings might have changed.
Yeah, that is the building. And that there is no door. Here, I I don't know how the gates opened, but they're always open. They were always open. And I'd come in here, turned right to park, and it seemed to me that I kind of parked there. I think that was the back of it. But as it is, I'd go in and I'd park over here. I was about 3 from the back.
Mm-hmm. From this back wall back here?
From this back wall,
gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're parking strategically because you want to protect your fancy new car?
Yes.
Right?
I don't want anyone to hit it.
No, it makes sense.
So I went all the way to the back. I was the last car as I parked at that time. When I came back out, there was another Jaguar standing right next to it, exactly the same.
What time, if we know that the incident happens at, I think, 11:15, right?
I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah.
I think it was, because he was getting annoyed. Would you come and go home? We've got it. I hadn't even packed, and I was leaving the next morning with 2 children, but I was used to traveling. So packing was nothing.
Yeah.
So the original complaint report says it happened at around 11:10, but you think it was earlier?
I think it's a bit earlier.
But maybe like 10, 20 minutes earlier, or?
Yeah, not more than that.
Right, because I mean, probably the marker would have been the 911 call, so it probably wasn't too far off. So we could say approximately 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah. How long do you think you were?
Don't know why I think it's like 1:45.
Could be.
That's how I feel.
How long do you think you were in Nina's?
A good couple of hours. He liked to have a drink. I eat very slowly. We were at least 2 hours in Nina's.
Mm-hmm. Did you interact with anyone while you were in there?
The owner, Nina.
His real name?
Real name.
Was that restaurant there for a long time?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
It burned down and it moved to Westchester Avenue underneath the L in Pelham Bay. That became Nina's next to Vito's Men's Shop.
Mm-hmm.
Nina's was there for I don't know how many years until...
Did some people incorrectly call it Nino's?
Maybe? I don't know.
No.
Because Nina would be a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always called it Nina's, and they made fresh pasta, so that's why they like that.
Oh, they made great pasta. 4-inch size. Say like that. Raviolis. Handmade.
You give me hungry.
Yeah.
While you're in Nina's, is there anything that's on your radar at all? I wouldn't expect there would be, but to your recollection, is there anybody watching you? Is there any interactions that are negative?
I was told by Nina himself years later that I was sitting facing my husband, just the 2 of us. I had back to the door, that's right, he always faced the door. And I was told, but I don't know, that there was a young man on that wall just sitting staring at me the whole time he was there. But I did not see him. I don't know what time he came or...
Gotcha. Obviously, you said this conversation happened years later?
Yes, we went to England.
Did he make any comparisons to any people we may know? When he said he saw this person, years later, did he have like an epiphany and say, oh, this is the guy I saw? Like he never made a comparison. What I'm asking is, he never made a comparison to...
No.
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 He said he knew everybody in the restaurant but that young man. That's what it was.
Yes, he knew everybody. Every night it would be regular customers. So he would know everybody, and that's why he noticed that he didn't know that one.
He didn't fit in.
Yeah,
This was
that one
normal.
didn't fit.
Okay. Is there anything else that he told you or that you noticed that would... I know I'm asking for minute details.
Yeah,
that are
it's a
tough.
long while, and I was obviously in love with my husband, and I usually just looked at him.
Yeah. Okay.
And we were chatting about going tomorrow, and what a nice surprise, and kids will love Easter over there for a change.
Did your husband leave at all during dinner?
Did he leave at all?
Did he leave at all?
Dinner?
Yeah, did he step away at all?
No.
Was there any phone calls made or received while he was at dinner?
No.
No? Okay.
No, if he ever wanted to use the phone, Nina would bring a phone over to him. The owner would bring it. I don't know how
Another
he always...
fancy thing about the tables at Nina's all had a phone jack, and you're talking about the days when it had the 4 dials, and they would bring a phone to the table.
It was cutting edge for the
Cutting edge.
Oh, yeah.
Let me bring my rotary phone over.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It probably looked like that thing.
She's funny now. That was real. You know, those big black ones with the ding.
Yeah, well, even like looking back at these old cases, like we do cold cases in the office, and like you see like how rudimentary things were back then. Like nowadays, you've got 27 sources of video. You know, you got 25 units picking up different items of evidence. 25 different officers rather picking up different items of evidence, and a huge response. And you look back at these cases, and you see that like, I mean, a lot of times it was just they were triaging scenes and moving on, but like, you know, the way that investigations have like just developed and grown with technology, and it's insane. I mean, I've picked up cold cases where like on day one they said, oh, the shooter, and that was it. They just put it into a drawer, you know, and then 30 years later you're like, well, who figure it out? And it literally with today's computer systems you can like look who had the nickname in 1989, and there he is. I'm describing an actual case from a few years ago, but
it's true.
It's true. It's things have come so far, and you know, but like we're talking at the time, like the phone jack at the table was amazing, and you know, now we're tracking license plates all throughout the city and picking up trace evidence off of any surface. You know,
Amazing.
Okay, so dinner concludes. There's no negative interactions in the restaurant, right? No arguments, no problems.
I mean, I talked to the bartender. Her name go. That was her. He had her most of the time. That funny name.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the difficult part of the story. You guys, dinner's done. You guys are leaving. Take me through leaving the restaurant and proceeding into the parking lot.
Right. As I say, he was there, I was here, we both stood up, you know. We obviously paid the bill, he was away from the table for that. We both turned around and walked to the front door. We went out the front door. We quite often came in the back door, obviously. We were good customers, so we used to go in and out the kitchen. But we went out the front door. We're on Boston Post Road. We turned left on Balk. He is parked right outside on Balk Avenue, the other side of where the gates open.
Before the entrance to the parking lot or after?
Before.
Before, prior, okay.
In the way that if this is a street and that's where I go in, I'm actually, it's after, I mean, we pass the gates, I go in, he goes to his Lincoln. Mm-hmm. So he's there, I walk in, there are cars there now, so we must have got there early. Yeah, we were definitely there a few hours because there were very few cars. I was the back car when I went in. So we walked down the side of Balk Avenue. He walks towards his car and he says, don't forget, we're going to follow me. Usually he followed me in case the car breaks down, and then I could pull up and take him home. And so he went there and he was standing at the side of his car. I went into the parking lot and I parked, as I say, about 7th in, and I would say you could put about 9 cars in there. I got to my car, I go to get in and I look, and there is this Jaguar, exactly the same as mine. Parked right next to me, was the same colour, silver grey. I had red leather lining. There's not much else to say, it just looked exactly like mine, silver grey. So as I went to get in, I got back out and had a bit of a look at it to see. It was exactly like mine. It even had the stripping so that if the door opened and somebody hit it, it had like a rubber along the midline. Mm-hmm. Had that. So then I got back in and I go to start my car and get my seatbelt.
Pause you for 1 second. Does wait till you get into your car?
Yes.
He does.
He
So
does.
do you interact with him all about the Jaguar?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Jaguar that was the mirror to yours.
Yes.
Do you point that out to him?
Yes.
You do.
I said, I can't believe it, screaming across the fence, which you couldn't see over. It was a high fence, so I was shouting above the fence. You won't believe this, there's a Jaguar, and it's exactly like one, and it's right next to me. You get in the car. Okay. So I get back in the car, and I know I've got the key, and you had to turn it in those days. Now I press a button. Weird. And I'm sitting like that, head in. The other Jag is here, and over there is the garbage
Dumpster.
whatever you call it. So as I go to get my seatbelt, I turn this way, and there's somebody coming from behind this dumpster. Better lock my doors. I got my arm down, so I locked my doors. I said, I'm all right because I've got my doors locked. And as I'm pulling it over, of course, I'm looking here. And the next thing, peripheral vision, I see this. I think he's going to ask, do you know where such and such is? I thought he was going to ask for directions. I don't know why. And as he's walking towards me, he's smiling and casually walking. He's smiling and walking. He's got this black hair, heart-shaped face, a widow's peak, sideburns, and full lips, which I called a rosebud mouth. And he had blue eyes. His eyes were shining blue. And he was smiling all the way over, so I thought, I've got nothing to worry about here. Your doors are locked. Continue with your seatbelt. As I say, peripherally, I saw that. And then my chest exploded. I thought, oh my God, he shot me. And I did have a diamond ring, and I was wearing this one too at the time. And I thought, he's going to get my jewellery. And I couldn't bear the thought of him touching me. I remember that upset me a lot. Apart from the fact I got a bullet. So the first one went in here, put my arm up. The second one went through my arm, because I think I'm shielding myself. And actually I probably did, because it came through my arm, it hit the dashboard and went in my right eye. So I know first bullet, I exploded my chest. Second bullet, I can't see out of my right eye, and I don't know why. Third bullet, I guess I've done this, goes in here. That's the third bullet. It looks like a vaccination now. And on that one, excuse me, I was like a balloon deflating. First I blew up, then I went blind, now I'm a balloon. And I've fallen over with my head in the bucket seat of the passenger side. And I'm thinking, can't get out. You want him to, he didn't come for the jewellery, he didn't do anything, so he doesn't want that. He obviously wants you dead. So pretend I couldn't, if I go that side to get out, I've got to climb over the bucket seat hump. This side, he's right there. There's no way I can get out. And if I go around, he can be around here quicker than I can climb over the hump on the bucket seats. So I'm laying this way and my head is down, but I'm peeking out of this eye. I have 8 pieces of glass, I didn't know then, in my left eye. And I can see him. And I'm just watching what he's going to do. And he shot me 2 more times in my back. They went in here because I was like that. There was a definite break between the first 3, or unless it was shock to me, but there seemed to be a break between the first 3. the last two, I wasn't sure what he was going to do. I was afraid he was going to walk around the car and shoot me in the head from the other side. And I said, if he does, you're dead. You're dead anyway. I really thought I was dying. You know, I was just training. So, see what you can do. And I just lay there peering at him from the so-called good eye. And then I heard his footsteps going away. They were going away from my car. The gravel, the parking lot was made of gravel, so I could hear the feet on the gravel as he was walking. And I can hear them less and less, so I know he's walking away. And that is the way I came in the parking lot, and that is the only way in and out. Mm-hmm. So he had to be back behind. I thought he looked typically Italian, and he'd just thrown some garbage into skip. So I wasn't that concerned. Mm-hmm. I was actually very worried, but I'm trying to tell myself, he looks all right, he's smiling, look what he got. And so I listened and listened, and then I didn't hear his footsteps anymore. And I said to myself, you got to try and say, I said, take your hand back, no. Take your keys, no. You got to save yourself. You're talking to yourself. So I'm not going to open the door and stand up, because this blonde hair shines. I was always blonde. Always blonde. In case you think I changed my hair from brown to blonde. And so I opened the door, and they fell out onto the floor and quickly shut the door. So in case he looked back and the light went on inside the car, or this, so I stayed on the floor. And I crawled to that back wall. I can't hear him, so I go follow the wall down to the street. And I said, I wanted to look to see if he was there. And I said, don't look, because you'll freeze in fear, and then you're definitely going to die. So, you're going to die anyway. So I didn't look. I stopped myself from looking. I followed the wall around, and I went in the kitchen. That was where the kitchen door was, on the side of Balk Avenue. Front door was on Boston Post Road. I went in the kitchen. I had left side of, I didn't know, but the left side of my face was black from gunpowder. Left eye had, as I say, 8 pieces of glass. Right eye had a bullet, and my windpipe had been made a hole in my windpipe from this one went through, and then it lodged. The bullet lodged in the back of my spine. So I looked. I'm sorry, I went into the kitchen, and I said, will you help me please, I've just been shot. And all the kitchen workers threw their pots and pans in the air and started screaming. And I thought, not getting any help here, am I? So I turned myself around and I walked straight into the restaurant. What a sight, you're eating dinner. And this walks in, covered in blood, a black face, bullet in its eye. And I said the same thing to nobody in particular, because the restaurant had a lot of people in it. And I said, would you help me, please? I've just been shot. I was told I was very lucky I could even talk. He said it was the trapeze act. They said you had really big lungs. So obviously from doing this. And that's what saved your life. Anyway, I said, will you help me please? I've just been shot. They threw a tablecloth, a white tablecloth on my head. I pulled it off and I said, don't do that. I can't breathe. And boom, the second one came up. I guess I looked awful. So I pulled that off too. And it was a wooden floor in the restaurant, and somebody slid a wooden chair, just a regular old round back wooden chair. And as it slid over, I grabbed the back of the chair and I thought, if I walk in front of this chair to sit down. I know I'm going to fall over. So I took the back of the chair, I can see it and my hand. I said, I'll do a quick shufty like that, then I can sit on it sideways. Didn't happen. Me and the chair, this arm and the chair, we both went on the floor together. So now I'm laying on the floor. I took off all my jewellery. And I got, as I say, I was wearing a big diamond ring and this and what have you. And I called to the bartender, take my jewellery and get, because I didn't think I would have it if I went in an ambulance and ended up in, well, I didn't know I was going in intensive care, but it's pretty obvious. So I gave her all my jewellery. And I said, take this. And he said, I don't believe it, you're still saying please. And I'm laying head to the front door. I'm on my back, my head is to the front door, and I'm laying there. I said, please somebody come and help me, nobody's doing anything. Everyone dies in somebody's arms in the movies. Nothing. Why doesn't anybody help me? And the next thing, a policeman came in from the front door. He knelt down behind my head, and his face was in my face, and his finger was really in my face. And I said to him, can I go to sleep now, please? I'm so tired. And he said, no. And the finger was going with his words. You stay with me now, the longer you'll be around. You fall asleep, you're not going to stay here. Do you hear me? Are you listening? And he just talked incessantly. And I do credit him a great deal for keeping me awake. I just wanted to go to sleep. And he just talked, and the finger was right between my eyes. There was no way I could miss his finger. It was coming like that. And then eventually the ambulance arrived. And I went out on a stretcher. I don't remember too much after that, but in the ambulance, they said, cut off her coat, and I love my coat. It was a brown suede coat with fur trim all around the bottom and the sleeves. So I sat up and I unzippered my coat so they wouldn't have to cut it off. Another time they said, have you got a blood type yet? And I said, I'm A2 positive. And somebody said, you're not taking her word for it, are you? And they said, it's better than nothing, she's 40/0. And I think that's the last thing I remember in the ambulance. I seem to remember being carried over everybody's heads in the hospital. Somebody coming in?
Somebody walked out. I guess a grandson.
And I thought I heard my husband scream, but I can't be sure because I think that's about the last thing I remember until I was in the intensive care and I was on the television. They were saying, been shot. And a nurse said, I knew I'd find her in here today. Another nurse, because I cannot see, I cannot talk, I have a trachea. And, but I could hear, and they should know better. One of the nurses said, they said some beauty came in downstairs, looks more like an animal to me. And I'm just thinking, you bitch, how cool can you get? And you should know better, you're in the intensive care unit, you know? And anyway, I remember that voice. And I was on a respirator, I couldn't talk, I couldn't see. And the way they drew my sketch, I wrote it on a yellow pad how his eyebrows were. I didn't draw it, I told them in words. And I said at the time, he should have more of a heart-shaped face. The jaw is square. He looks like, and he did not look like, and they all started laughing.
You mean the sketch looked like?
Sketch looked like, oh, it's square instead of coming in to a heart shape.
I have it here. We're going to get into that in a second. Could you just back up 1 second, and can you provide me with the description as you remember it from when you first saw it?
Of who?
Of
my assailant. I carried that picture, that sketch of him from the day I got out of the hospital, and I referred to him. Of course, nobody knew who he was, so he was my assailant.
Yeah.
And if anybody says, which they would do, everybody didn't believe me. And they would say, how do you know? And I would show. I still got it in my handbag. This is my assailant, but I couldn't say his name. Right, so you want me to describe what he looks like?
from your first perception.
When he came up to your window.
Yep, what did you say?
He's over there, he's behind the skip, and I thought he looked Italian, and he was throwing away garbage. As he walked towards me, I thought he looked, typically Italian. He had a suntan, and the detective said, oh, he was black. No, he looked like an Italian that just came back from Florida. He had a suntan. And I shut my eyes. He had a widow's peak, heart-shaped chin, sideburns, and blue eyes, and a slight rounding on the end of his nose. It wasn't a hook or big, but it didn't come straight as mine does. It kind of came down and a little bit of a hook on his nose.
You remember what he was wearing?
Yes, black leather jacket. I think he was wearing jeans, but I can't say definitely. Mm-hmm. It was a black leather jacket. And I don't know where his hands were. I was asked where his hands were. Well, I know it was his right hand that shot me because it came here. And he just shot me. He didn't do a stance. He didn't do two hands together or anything special. It's just his right hand and shot me. And they were separate shots. In other words, I knew where each shot went, and I knew my body's reaction to it. As I said, the first one here, chest blew up. Second one, I'm trying to shield and it blinding the right eye. Third one, I deflated like a balloon. The two in my back, I felt them both go in. I knew I had two in, and I heard them. But there was time between him doing the first three because I'd now fallen over. And I thought, well, he can't get me anymore. But of course he did. Two more in the back. Mm-hmm. And I ended up with empyema on my left lung, and I had to have a decortation, which is they cut it open and scrape it out. And I think I've lost the bottom lobe of my left lung. Is there anything I missed out on the description?
I don't think so.
It's black curly hair. He actually wasn't a bad-looking young man. He was not scary to look at.
As far as approximate height, weight?
I would say it was 160 pounds and about 5'8".
Medium build?
Yes. You couldn't tell here because the black leather jacket was a bit full. Mm-hmm. But he didn't look fat or paunchy.
Yeah. What hospital do you go to?
Jacobi.
How long did you stay at Jacobi for?
April the 9th through May the 25th in the intensive care.
4/9 to 5/25, you said, right? May 25th?
Yes.
Okay.
And you were discharged regularly, or did you go somewhere else?
I wasn't going anywhere else. I was going home.
All right, but there was no other aftercare, is what I'm saying, after you got released?
In England, I had about 6 more operations.
Okay.
Wow.
I went to England with a bullet in my neck, and
Wow.
they had to do the hand wand, because I couldn't go through the ding, ding, ding.
But did you go to England specifically for the operation, or you just went home to go home to get out of New York? Yeah.
I wanted out of New York.
So let's get into the move towards England. You were released from Jacoby on May 25th. How soon after do you...
Straight to the hospital, straight to the airport.
You didn't waste no time.
No.
And this is Kent.
But actually, I didn't go straight to my mother's. I thought I'd been at my mother's address for years, and I thought I'm not going there either, because if anybody looks it up, that's where my address had always been. So we arrived at London Airport, at London Heathrow, and my husband hired a small plane, and obviously the pilot flew us not, and flew me to my sister, who was married to Chief Detective Inspector, 6'4". Yeah. Where else are you going to go? And I screamed at him when he told me that they wanted to interview me, and I said, "You gave me up. You gave me up."
So in your mind, I'm sorry, in your mind, you're not just going there for healthcare, you're going there because you're still afraid of the...
I went to hide. I was terrified. I wasn't afraid. I was terrified. I wouldn't stand in front of a glass window. I wouldn't open the phone. I wouldn't open the door. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't do anything. And when we got a house and my children went out to play on the village green, I said to them, "You both better be in here before it gets dark, because Mum's not coming out to get you."
Did you stay indoors for a lot of that time?
Most of the time.
At this time, right, unbelievably traumatic event in your life, is there anything in your mind that you could attribute this to? Is there anything?
Nothing.
No?
Absolutely nothing. I was a housewife. I had children in school. They were 6 years old and 8 years old. They were going to, good grief, drove them to school every day, and I did pick them up and bring them home every day. That was before I was shot.
Mm-hmm.
From that day on, they never went back to that school. I was told they were flown down to Florida to a friend of my husband's house. They were Jewish for a while. They were at
months.
And this is because, again, the kids moved because of the looming threat of what's out there. Who knows why this happened? Who's coming for you?
That's exactly it. My husband said if they're shooting, getting the children out of town.
Which, to me, sort of mitigates the suspicion on your husband, because if he's behind this, he's not making major life changes and ruining your children's lives, giving them different names if he's behind it, right? Again, we're not going to...
The grandparents, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went down there with my grandmother and my grandfather.
Grandmother and grandfather, and they flew down direct immediately.
Yeah, we were Jews.
They didn't have any school.
I'm going to add that, became Jewish.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. A nice house.
That's very important.
Yeah, swimming pool, Florida, it was great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell them the one thing. I never knew it, but I thought it was very funny. Your father asked you while I was at
The next
intensive
day,
care.
we woke up, obviously we went to bed with babysitters. You know, I was 8, my brother was 6. And we woke up at my grandparents' house. Mom's nowhere to be seen, and all I remember is just men everywhere, like with guns. Like I remember the guns. And my father's at the kitchen table, and his gun's on the table. And we get up for breakfast, and he says, "Sit down, the two of you. Where do you guys want to go?" And all we could think about was Disney. We were like, "We want to go to Disney." So we didn't, you know, we're kids. And so he's like, "All right, we'll go to Florida." And that day we left, and then we were told, you know, we didn't go to school, which we thought was cool, you know. But we, in case anybody asks us our name, we're. So we lived with my grandparents under an assumed name for about 8 months until we went to England to meet her.
And they came in time. I found a school and enrolled them, private school. Catholic because my husband wanted him in Catholic school. And they arrived in time to start, well, just a little bit before, because I wanted to drive them to the school and show them the school before you just take them and drop them off. And they came in time to go to school in September.
There's no suspicion, there's no jealous love interests on your behalf, former or current at that time, right? As far as your husband goes, did your husband have any?
I didn't think so.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he just seemed to care so much.
That seems obvious.
Very good to me and the children. He was a wonderful son to his parents. But how can I know? No, as far as I know, I certainly wasn't having an affair. And I don't think he was either.
Gotcha. So in the early investigative entries from the original detectives, there were some notes that stated that your husband might have been involved in some organized crime.
How would I know?
Yeah. Not to your knowledge? No. Okay. But I mean, he never voiced to you any suspicion that this has anything to do with business or politics or anything like that, right?
Absolutely not. That's
Okay.
why he said, we've got to get the children. I mean, I didn't tell me. I mean, in intensive care.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He wanted to get the children out of New York.
Yeah. And again, these uncomfortable questions, that alternate theory questions that we would often ask, but again, we believe that responsible for this. But just in the integrity of the interview and the investigation, we're going to ask the hard questions. So I apologize. Okay, so children moved to Florida. You spend the next 3 years in Kent, right?
In Suffolk.
Suffolk.
And then I came to Kent. I spent Suffolk with my brother-in-law.
So how long, the kids stay with you the 3 years as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So tell me about the first time that you had any communication from anyone in law enforcement, and that includes obviously the district attorney's office.
I'm at my sister's, and this is when I shouted at my brother-in-law. I was very angry with him. He said he had a phone call from the police, which is my hometown.
What's the name?
Police, and they want me to go to their police station because they wanted to talk to me. I didn't want to go, and my brother-in-law said, "Of course you have to go. It's the police that are asking for you." And I'm screaming at him, "How dare you!" But anyway, he took me in.
And that was when you first got over there?
No.
How long, about what time was that?
It's at least a month or so. I stayed with her from April the 9th to May 25th. I have to start from the beginning, May 25th. I arrived at their house at May 25th. Maybe it's 26th by the time you fly to England. And I came back in time to them to come over and go into school, and school starts in September. So I was there from May, June, July, August. Wow, I didn't know it was there that long.
But we're still within 76 though, right?
We're still in 76. I've left the hospital and gone to England May 25th, 1976. Living with the brother-in-law and my sister and 2 children. They had two boys. I'm trying to think how long it was before.
It's okay. We don't need exact time
A
frame.
month or so. It wasn't like the next day or anything.
No,
It
yeah.
was at least a month or so. I was kind of trying to settle down, and my sister was trying to make me go out and get the milk. Go out and bring the milk in, Brenda. That'll be good for you to go outside. No. Go get the newspaper. No, you can get it. And then she said to me, prove to me that you can do whatever it was she wanted, post a letter. I said, no, I've proved enough.
My uncle, who was a cop, a detective, he had the sketch, and he had to give it to, he let everybody know, just in case there was, because it was a little town called in 1976, so if all of a sudden it was an Italian guy with curly hair and a widow's peak, and he would have stood out like a sore thumb. Yep. So he obviously told all the police department, like, just be on the lookout if you see this guy, because everybody thought somebody was just trying to kill her. You know?
So when I went into the police station, and I went into Detective Inspector Bernard Swift's office. Lovely man, very kind, very gentle, and very aware of how I felt, that I was terrified. And so he had me sitting in his office, and knock on the door. In comes a gentleman. He's got a beige jacket. I remember that definitely. He may have had brown pants, but I know he had a beige jacket. He wasn't very tall, and his hair was just combed over. And he walked towards me smiling, and he said, I said yes, and I put my hand out to shake hands, and he took and hit me with a subpoena. I'm dumbfounded. I was told I was going to be asked questions. Detective Inspector Bernard Swift took him by the back of his collar and the back of his pants, lifted him up, and literally threw him out the office, physically. And
do we think this is someone from the consulate, or?
He said he was from the consulate.
He never identified himself, though.
No, he didn't say his name. He just said. And then he hit me with a subpoena, and the detective inspector said, "How dare you? How dare you violate my office like that and lie to me?"
There's the date. There's the date that it happened.
Okay, you were on it 2 months later.
Oh, how about that? I knew it wasn't near, and it wasn't that long either, so I got it right. Do I get a prize? Yeah, we get him. That's the prize. And he told him, "Don't you ever do that again in my office." As I said, "You lied to me by what you said. And you slap her with a subpoena when you told me you were just going to ask questions. I never want to see you again." And literally, I thought that was quite fun. Threw him out.
So you never even had an opportunity to interact with him and find out what was going on?
No, he was thrown out, and I never heard from him again, and I doubt the detective did either.
Do you remember what this? It was obviously it was a grand jury subpoena.
I don't know. I just know that
It was from Bronx District Attorney's Office, though.
They said the American consul.
When did you write these notes? When did you write these notes?
Oh, when I was sitting in England before I even got you.
So this is her recollection way back then. That's why
I wrote
this to testify before a grand jury on July 21st, 76 at a police station in Dartford, Kent, by American consul in presence of Detective Inspector Bernard Swift. So you're taking these notes in real time?
Not at the police station. Sitting at home, I'm writing them, thinking I'd like to remember everything that's happening.
Do you have more of these, or is this your?
No, we could take a copy of it.
I have this.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We have the original on the original yellow piece of paper in that folder.
I have a picture of the original.
You can take that copy right there, if you want the original. You can take the original.
I had it digitally.
Okay.
Yep.
And we have the bullet too, that was removed from her neck.
Oh shit.
And you can see anything that you want in there, obviously.
So, I'm also in possession of a document. I think your husband, at the point where you're subpoenaed, you communicate with, right? And you let him know you're subpoenaed. He then hires an attorney to be a intermediary between you and the DA's office.
Well, I was told that they would take away my American citizenship, because I had become an American, and that they would Can I do something about the children? I wasn't going to see the children again.
They were going to keep us in the States.
Hmm?
They were going to keep us in the States.
Yes. I wouldn't be able to see my children, and I would lose my American citizenship. And that's my husband ordered, got a lawyer to fight that.
Okay, so it wasn't just to protect you from testifying, it was because they were using bullish tactics to try to motivate you to testify.
Yeah, if I didn't come back, I'd lose my American citizenship, and I'd never see my children again.
Gotcha. I mean, that makes sense. My question would be, though, and we may not know this answer, is if name isn't known until July, August of 77, why are they giving you a subpoena in May of 26?
I think they wanted me to come back and testify.
Yeah, but to testify just to what, though? And I think you told me that there was a little bit of tension between your husband?
Yes, they didn't like one another.
Okay. Do we think this was a power play because the wife of his political adversary was the victim of something and they maybe suspected, a wise guy, or they suspected even him maybe?
I don't know.
Do we ever speculate on this? And I'm just like spitballing here.
No, I didn't speculate on it. I know I was told he was from the American consul. I know it was supposedly from... And what else?
Ma, I think what the detective is asking you is like afterwards, when we used to talk to Dad, and what Dad would say is that, didn't like him, and that's why all that happened, and you remember all that? That's what he's asking you. Like, not what happened at that moment. Like years later, what did you find out?
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
I know Dad didn't like her, and
Dad,
he didn't trust him. He didn't like him. But I didn't hear any specific deeds, Okay. I think they hated one another.
Do you independently, know if that's what he suspected?
I know we heard like stories that he was a bad guy, so to speak, according to my dad, and that he was trying to force my mother to come home. At the time, they didn't know who had shot my mother. She was basically still in hiding. There was no such thing.
Yep.
And so my father was just trying to keep her sane, because the thought of her being forced to come back here, I think psychiatrists had said you might as well lock her up or put her in a mental institution.
I mean, you're obviously suffering from PTSD at this time frame.
I was in a dreadful state.
Yeah. No, I mean, who wouldn't be?
Yeah, she was a mess, and so I think that was the crux for why he was fighting it. I don't know what the grand jury was, if there was a grand jury. I have no idea what the subpoena was. I only know from those notes, which were taken in real time, so I would assume they were accurate.
The Bronx DA has apparently a ton of files on this, and we've spoken to the chief of homicide, who's going to give us access. So we're actually going to go through and see, not so much you, but, and we do know that detectives were communicating as soon as he was shot in July of 76. The detective in your case and the detective in that case were communicating about the similarities in the MO, the approach to the car, the description of the perpetrator. So, if anything, that demonstrates to me they didn't really have a good, clear vision of what exactly was at work here, and they were seeing, doing what detectives do, exchanging information, and they saw that there were similarities in both your case and his case. This is actually how we got involved and how we got involved. I don't know if you know that.
Yes,
you do. Okay.
He told us that he had foiled the and that's where he found my mother's sketch and DD5.
So that DD5 is the reason why we're sitting here today, and I think, would you like to see it?
Yes. Please.
You know what the DD5 is, right?
No.
It's what
we type when we do. So when we do this interview, he'll go back to the office and type up what he wrote, and basically the record is called the DD5. DD5.
Don't ask me what DD stands for. Detective.
Not dead.
So this is the DD5, and as you can see, it was done on July 30th, 1976, and this is right after shot, and I'll read it to you. It says, the reporting officer contacted the 9th Homicide Zone and conferred with Detective J. Coda regarding the assault upon you, redacted, on 4/9/76.
Really?
Yep, at 2310 hours in the parking lot of Nina's Restaurant. The MO of this assault is similar to the homicide under investigation. Detective Maxwell of 9th Homicide, you had the 61 number of ballistics. The weapon used in the case was apparently a .32 caliber automatic. The sketch is made of the perp in that case. The perp is described as a male white, in his 30s, 5'8", 5'9", 160, curly black hair. Reporting officer will confer further with Maxwell regarding the facts of this case. So, in July, they knew that you were connected.
July of 76.
They didn't know who was at that point, not until July, August of 77. But, I mean, this to me demonstrates that there's still an active investigation and they're seeing similarities. Okay, let's refocus here. So there was a perceived political beef between, obviously they're in alternate political parties.
Yes.
Much like we see today with alternate political parties and weaponizing the justice system.
I wonder how he's doing today.
I'm trying not to show my politics here.
No. And I didn't, and yet, who else is doing? I said, I wonder how he's doing today. It should be the end, evidently, today.
So, okay. All right, so I mean, we have limited information about that subpoena, but we do know that your husband hired an attorney, and that attorney sort of ran interference, but no real answers came with it.
No, not that I know.
Because probably it was phishing. All right, so the next time you hear anything about your case is when you were summoned to view the photos?
Actually, he came to me.
He came to you?
The inspector.
And this is in October 15th of 77? Is that a 1-5?
Yes,
that's what I emailed to Kent today.
There it is. Yeah, assailant on October the 15th,
Gotcha.
1977.
Okay, so
And
we are now at October 15th, 1967, and
77.
77.
I'm sorry, 77, and
Detective Inspector Bernard Swift. You don't say Bernard.
I love the way you say
His
that.
name was Bernard.
I just want to say that I called the Kent PD today, and I was going through their calling tree, and they're like, if you would like to report inconsiderate parking, that's the one. Inconsiderate parking.
Stereotypically English.
He likes to report an inconsiderate assault.
So he came to my home. He thought I'd be more comfortable. Nice man.
Did he come with anybody, or was he by himself?
He was by himself.
By himself. And do you remember what that conversation's like? Can you take me through it?
I can't remember it word for word, but he said he'd brought some photographs and he'd like me to look at them and see if I recognise anybody. And he had 10 photographs, individuals, about 2 by 3 maybe. They weren't very big.
They were Polaroids?
Passport photos? Why would you describe
No, they were bigger than a passport photo, but they weren't a 2 by 4. They were more like 2 by 3. I don't know.
Okay, 10 photos. That's fine.
They were square though. Were they square or round?
They were a bit oblong. They were.
rectangle?
Okay.
Yeah, they were longer that way than they were wide.
When you sit in one of those photo booths and they take pictures of you and it comes out like 3 pictures, like those size?
No, that's too small. As I said, they're about 2 inches by about 3 inches. Could have even been 2 by 4.
Was there like a cardboard cutout that they were placed
They
in?
could have been passports because they were thick. Polaroids. The Polaroids had the back on them, didn't they?
Yeah.
Once it came out, you'd stick the back on them. And there were 10 of them. And he's sitting here, and obviously I'm sitting next to him. And I don't know if he had them in an envelope or what. I didn't see what he had them in, but they were 10 individuals, and he put down 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think it was around 7. Yeah, 7 or 8, I think it was, because I can see him doing it, putting them down like cards, as if you're playing cards. And that one came. He didn't look as he did when he shot me. He was more pudgy, had a pudgy face, and he looked more solid. The picture was to his shoulders and his head, and his hair looked more messy. It was kind of parted, but it was him. And he said, no, take your time. I want you to see them all. Relax, just let me show them all. And again, I'm going, him, that's him. And he said, I wish I had more witnesses like you.
At that point where you're looking at these photos, is what's happening in the States with your radar?
I think he's been caught, obviously. And I only get what my husband sends me in the newspaper or what he tells me. I'm in England. He sends newspapers periodically if he thinks it'll interest. And if it's, he called, and when he was called, he said, he often said, you're the only picture, your only sketch that looks like him.
So before you viewed these photos, you were already sort of plugged in to...
I am not plugged into... No,
you're not.
But it's not until after that.
But were you aware of the news and the photos that were being provided in the news?
Yeah, they don't look like him at all. I kept saying, if that's what he looks like, what am I going to do? Because it's not him. There's a hole in one of these newspapers.
So
At the top heading.
What she's trying to say is, as the sketches over the course of time came out, she was getting more and more upset because each sketch, if you look, didn't really look like somewhere awful. And she was getting more upset because by this point they said it's got to be shot her. You know, it has to be, because that's the only explanation. That's what they thought, that she was a victim. But all these sketches weren't adding up. They didn't look like who shot her. So if these are, and we don't know who shot her, then somebody else is still out there. So that's why it was upsetting.
But this is before
he's caught.
He's arrested.
Yes, it's before he's caught.
Okay.
So after he's arrested, when she shows up with the photos and she gets to number 7, she goes, that's him, not take your time, blah, blah. Had she seen pictures of him being arrested? I don't know. I don't know if she'd seen newspaper articles. I have no idea. But you're saying that you identified him as the person that shot you because you saw the person that shot you.
I saw the person that shot me.
Yeah.
I don't know who he was. It was called my assailant. That's what I called him.
Yeah.
Sometimes they called him my murderer.
Now, these photos that were shown to you, were these on behalf of the Bronx?
I'm assuming they're because I think the Detective Inspector Swift did mention his name, I think. And he sent them back, he told me, he sent them back to the office and told him which one I identified as my shooter, and he never heard a word. He thought that was extremely rude. You know, that you send them to me, I send them back, and you don't even say a word. Not a word. He said he didn't hear anything.
And did you told your husband after you viewed the photos that you picked this guy?
I don't remember that, but I'm sure I must have.
You did, because I think there was a moment in time where after he was arrested, well, I guess we don't know the progression of that, but you guys looked into the possibility of a civil suit against other people were suing him. But so this is October of 77. When do you finally come back to the States? When he's
79.
79.
I was still afraid.
Still afraid.
It was also unwinding our lives. You know, by that point we were engaged in school, and so, you know, the next school system, and then my father's, again, 1979 in the Bronx. I was living on a green that they've played cricket on for 1,000 years. I went to a school called, wore knickers and a cap. I had a little had a little English accent, and I'm walking around going, hello, how are you? And she's saying, I want to come home and be with my husband. And my father, and I think maybe rightfully so, is saying, my two little English boys aren't going to survive on Morris Park in the Bronx in 1979. You know, she eventually won, and we came home, and that's an education, you know. Hello. But that was the issue.
Yeah.
It was, my father was concerned, I think, was for the family and how we were going to adjust to the Bronx in 1979, 1980, after having lived in England for 3 years on a cricketer's green, you know, with a castle in our school.
They played, this is my house. I'm standing on the green, that's my house, and this is my husband, actually.
You took away your calm, but you didn't take away your beauty.
Oh, thank you.
And that coupled with the fact, too, that, you know, my father's a 40-year-old guy, and he's been living alone, and, you know, she's over in England, and he used to come visit a lot. But, you know what I mean? It was a very tumultuous time.
Yeah, about once a month he'd come for the weekend. And this is where there's a windmill across the street from us, see? And they played cricket on that green for over 200 years. It's quite a beautiful spot.
But it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, it's in the middle of nowhere.
You know, it's not even like being in Saugerties. It's like being in Broome County. It's like, it's the boonies, you know.
So you put in your notes here that these photos were furnished by the Bronx DA.
Then they were.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally your notes from the time, which
I wrote as it happened.
Yep, and he even says if you want that information, you should go talk to him. I mean, I called him today.
And I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask you questions. You actually, it just amazes me. You actually called England today, and you spoke with somebody at the police station.
Yeah. And they told me send an email because we don't know who we're talking to. So I sent them an email.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's true. You could be anybody.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, if someone called me and said, "Hey, go look for a box from 1976," I'd be like, "Who? Who?" All right. So you discussed you discussed how there was no response.
Yeah, he told me. I asked him.
You asked Detective Inspector Swift.
Yes.
This was subsequent to him sending them back. Did you hear anything like any interesting party would?
What did they say? He said, I didn't hear a thing.
May of '79. That was a good month and a good year because yours truly was born May of '79.
Oh, how nice. You bum it down, you.
Okay. After you view these photos and you make this ID, does this ever get brought up again in any context?
No.
No. But
they would have had to contact Swift because we didn't give anybody my address.
Sure. So you are from October of '77 and maybe even slightly before, based on news reports, there was zero doubt in your mind that you were a victim of...
Correct.
And all right.
As I say, in the beginning, who knew who he was? He was my assailant, but that was the sketch that I carried with me in my handbag every day.
Yep.
And I still do.
It reached the point that I would carry it around because, you know, you'd say to somebody like, yeah, my mom was shot. Yeah, and he lived on my block, and he had my cousin's name, and my sister went to school with him, so I started carrying the picture around myself.
Have you ever seen a side-by-side of your sketch? It's kind of eerie.
I actually saw it on...
That's scary. It's unbelievable.
That is...
And just, not everyone was terrible at the sketch. I'm not sure whose this is.
That's not mine.
It's not. This is yours here.
That's mine on the left.
But this person was kind of in the ballpark. Other people were drawing like a leprechaun or something.
Oh, some of them, he looked like he was
like, this is better.
Satan.
Yeah, yours is better though, but that's not so bad.
Isn't it? He was actually not bad looking. I can't believe that I say that, but he was a pleasant face.
Okay, so I have one thing for you to do here. Who is that person? He did you.
He shot me.
Can you sign that photo?
Do you want...
Whatever you like.
I'll put Brenda, because it's legal.
No, this is legal police identification.
You bastard.
Give her a martini, she turns into...
And if you could just write the date and time, it's May 28th, and it is 6:49 p.m.
Do you want 2024?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the time is?
6:49.
So we found it interesting. We were talking today because during a previous discussion, we had noticed something strange in the pattern. Not something strange, but it's no secret that the chaos that was his mind was often motivated by barking dogs, right?
Yeah.
So we actually started looking at some of his writings with an encyclopedia, and we were able to see that on 3/8/77, he is writing about the barking dogs, and on that same day, he goes and kills Miss.
Yes, strange name.
Yes. Yes. So he's complaining about the barking dogs all day, and when.
And that night he shoots her.
Yep, that night he shoots her. On December 22nd, he's ranting about the dogs barking, the master, and stuff, and then he 2 days later, he shoots and kills the dog. And on April 27th, 1977, he's complaining about Sam Carr, the barking dog, and then he went out and killed Harvey the dog. And he was complaining about the barking dog on around April 8th, the day before your shot, when he moves out of his apartment in New Rochelle, and the next day you were shot. So it's more credibility to the pattern, I think. There's no doubt in any investigator's mind here that he is the one that shot you. You know, it's either him or your husband had you killed, and no one thinks that. Obviously, they thought that early on, because that's usually what it is. But we are squarely on your side, and we think that you know what you're talking about. We think the pattern, the MO, obviously the geographics of where he lived and where he operated all line up, and so that kind of spells a closed case. I mean, we can't arrest him. We're going to go interview him tomorrow in jail. All four of us. There's one more guy who just getting home from vacation today. But we are going to go to prison, and we're going to do whatever we can do and use all our detective tricks to try to make him like us and build a rapport. And then we're going to discuss the overwhelming evidence that this is part of the pattern. But it doesn't matter if he admits to it or not. We've already convinced someone in the Bronx District Attorney's Office that this is who shot you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so what this would be called is an exceptional clearance, because obviously we're outside of the statute of limitations on what would amount to a felony assault.
I thought there wasn't a statute of limitations on murder.
You're alive.
You're alive.
I know I'm alive. Only because of me.
Yes.
Only because of you. I mean, we appreciate that the statute of limitations applies here.
Very well put.
Why? Why was that? Why?
Well put, that you're still alive, you made it. He's saying we appreciate that the statute ran, because if it didn't run, you'd be dead.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're ever going to get those photos. We're going to look through the stuff that Bronx DA has. I don't know if our friends are going to be able to help us, but this is an official police identification. We already have Christine Skateshift, the chief homicide prosecutor from Bronx DA, on board. I mean, we have our boss right here who's on board. And we're going to go through the formality of interviewing him in the hopes that he makes an admission. But this is going to be an exceptionally clear case, and we will make an official department document, and I'll provide that with you, that we're attributing your case to this pattern.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So no matter anything, what turns out tomorrow, it's done deal.
Do you understand what they're saying?
no matter what happens, I'm going to be a victim.
Yes.
Yes.
You're going to be recognized as a victim tomorrow.
Yeah. It's probably going to blow up in the media, just so you know. You're probably going to be hounded because our police department press office, they kind of operate as a separate entity. And what happens is when we make these entries, they sort of get generated directly to them. Is there some reason why you don't want to be bothered by the press? Because they're probably going to have lots of questions for you.
How will they know where I am?
Well, they're good at finding
Google.
I'm certainly not telling them.
Google will.
You get me out.
You can put them up there with your in-law.
My brother-in-law.
I mean, there are persons in the media that we're friendly with, but that's only if this is something that you want to be involved in. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that want to talk to you. I might be completely off base and wrong here, but this definitely will hit the papers.
I don't know if she's not shy.
Yeah, I was just saying.
I mean, it is. It's a story regardless of what it is. But I think basically has his side of you as well, and I think if anything, you would want to get as well.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who brought it to light to us.
A lot of credit. I mean, if he doesn't foil that stuff and he doesn't get that DD5, which shows that these detectives were communicating in July of '76, then we wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah.
I mean, if it does become a big deal on our end, of course, get credit. But
Yeah.
I think if it becomes a big deal on your end, it would be nice to have actually sitting here with you. You know what I'm saying?
1,000%.
Yes.
We want to.
Because like I said, it doesn't happen unless he reaches out and contacts us and he actually looks into this.
Yeah. We've been in touch with him, and I told him, like, again,
Yeah.
the only thing that would prohibit us from speaking to anybody is if you guys told us not to.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, we're like he said, we're going tomorrow to speak to him. Let us finish whatever we're gonna do,
Yes.
and then we'll let you know. We're telling you now that we already got the okay for an exceptional closing, but
That's all.
doesn't know that nobody else knows but the inner circle here.
So we shouldn't tell. We won't say a word to anybody.
We're gonna wait till we're gonna. I mean, look. I thought maybe he was a quack, but I've now sat with him 3 times. We had a meeting with him today, and even my supervision was like, this guy's on point. Hold off until we tell him otherwise.
Yeah.
The minute we're done with this, we're gonna first talk to you guys. All right, we'll call. I'm talking done with the interview tomorrow, and this may not be an interview. We might get there, and he might say, "I got nothing to say to you guys."
Yeah.
That's his right. You can't force anyone to talk to the police, but if he does, and let's say he makes some statement about this, we will let you know either way. But I mean, if there's a confession, it's probably gonna.
I was going to blow his mind.
It's gonna be
Everybody's.
Yeah.
It's going to be unbelievable. It's funny when he called. I don't know how he got my phone number or anything, but obviously he was looking into all paperwork, and he was writing about me before he even knew who I actually was, or if I was even alive. So I got a message on my cell phone, and this man hasn't given his name, and he's writing things, and they're all true. And I said, how on earth does this person know? I mean, so I wasn't going to call him. I thought maybe it was a scam, or I was going to get caught in something, or maybe it could be. I have a friend who he'll send out to kill me. That's how, and it's not phobia. It's not phobia when you know it happened. When people say, "Oh," So I showed the message. It was in writing, no voice, and
it was a voicemail. She's talking about the transcript.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, right. I read it, didn't I?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't understand how he knew, so I wasn't going to call him. And then he said, this has been going on all these years, and this person, whoever it is, they know they had everything right. They had the dates.
They took the time to do the investigation.
It wasn't just that.
And we went online. We looked at his videos. I said, he's legit.
He's an encyclopedia. I mean, we talked to him. He doesn't even need to look at things. He's like, oh, you mean this and this and this date. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's very impressive, and we're very grateful for his involvement in this.
So we. So we, and I've told him anything we do, he's he's a part of the story now. Because if it wasn't for him, you guys aren't sitting here.
He's been looking into it for like 3.5 years or whatever. Something I seem to remember something. And it was funny when I called. I said, "Hello, this is." He said, "What's with the English accent?" And that's when it was just so flippant after this huge.
Do you guys need anything else? Do you want to see the bullet?
Yeah.
Where's the bullet? What'd you do with it? I thought you'd have it out.
Ballistically,
Yeah.
there's never
Yes, I
any
had this
32
taken out
recovered
of
from
my
his.
throat.
No, there's not from the crime scene, right?
There's no crime scene, and there's nothing from his search warrant of his apartment that
Nothing to compare it to.
would be 32.
But you got the 44 after he saw a taxi driver.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you want to know what's funny? My father, again, cop and whatever, when everybody was saying that he's a 44 caliber killer, and I remember this when I was a kid. And they're like, yeah, of course he is. My father's sitting there going, of course he is. She didn't die. He had to get a bigger gun. And that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Our prized possession.
Yes, it's my prized possession. It's been sitting in here all these years. That's how they gave it to me in the hospital, because obviously they didn't need it for evidence.
And they removed that in England or here in Jacoby?
In
England.
That was the bullet that was in her spine when she left the States. So a year later, it actually traveled and was hanging here.
Was here.
And, a proper English doctor in the sticks does a CAT scan or whatever.
He felt it.
And he goes, how do you say it, Mom?
Tell me, dear, how did you get a bullet in your throat?
Well, it all started in the Bronx.
Yes.
It was the summer of '76.
That's right.
The best of times.
You want a picture of it?
Yeah, take a picture.
Do you guys
And
want
you
to
can
take
take it out because other people have touched it.
There's nothing to
Such as
compare it to
Danny.
ballistically.
Yeah, I don't know
Because I actually went back and looked when they did the search warrant of his apartment. I was hoping that a 32 was sitting there.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't have a 32 at that time.
No. But the day you were shot, they recovered 5 32 caliber shell casings, and when they were removing you onto the stretcher, an expended bullet fell off you onto the ground.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
So what did it do?
She kept her teeth. They were shot out of her face. So when they were removed, she thought they were really nice teeth. Remember, the English have notoriously bad teeth, so she kept it with a bullet.
And nice teeth for an English woman.
Inspector Swifter's right. You're a great witness. He wasn't lying.
I have a question, and if you say no, it's completely okay. May I take a picture of you now to show?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Do you want the glasses on?
Do you want to throw up the finger or anything?
Smiling? I have a habit of going, do you want me smiling or regular?
Perfect. Perfect.
Did you want a picture of her back then also? Take a picture.
I have them. Yeah, I actually have them. Can I just look through the file that came from?
Hasn't seen that file.
Pictures, we sent those to him.
Right.
Yep, he provided me these.
If there's anything you guys are looking for or want, I mean, I don't know what we have. I have no idea. It's just...
Here's your notes. I have
There was
these.
one time I was going to have this bullet covered in gold and hang it around my neck, you see. I don't think so. It's a bit macabre, isn't it? Even it is mine.
That thing's going to be worth a lot of money soon.
Yeah.
Pardon?
That thing's going to be worth a lot of money soon.
Yeah, you better hide that.
Yeah.
Oh, should I put it in the safe?
Don't be so quick to give that away to anybody. Hold on to that.
We actually trusted it.
Oh yeah, and you were right to do that. It was a big risk, but
After he went with it,
it paid
we
off
went,
though. Hold on to it.
Nobody else knew that I have this bullet. I mean, how'd you walk around saying, you want to see my bullet? They don't think he shot me, they're hardly going to think that's his bullet. But
there are people who pay big money for it, to have something of.
So you realize what's happening, right?
Maybe not.
Okay, the detectives are saying that the NYPD officially is going to recognize you with an exceptional closure as a victim for the first time in 48 years. Do you realize that? So no matter what happens tomorrow, you're going to be a recognized victim, which is why they're saying that this may become
a big deal.
A big deal. Because you're a living
victim of the...
I am, yeah.
You might have someone. You need to make some space on the wall here.
Yeah, we may have to.
Yeah, we've got to put him up there.
You might have a few more things to hang up.
Yeah.
You might have to give me the matador.
My husband loved that.
And you know why I looked it up? Because we have a place in Florida now, and I'm like, it'd be kind of funny to hang that same painting up that my father had at his place when I was a kid. That's why I thought of it, and that's why I looked it up.
So when
That's
it
how I
goes
know
missing, I know who took it.
Yeah. I'm right here in New City. I can
Yeah, just be here in 2 seconds. Come grab it.
I'm going to wait for you to go to England.
I'm not going to tell you.
All right. Well,
You have any other questions for us, or?
Well, I'd like to hear about when they put me on the stretcher, the bullet fell off.
Yeah. It's in the
Or
original
was it
case.
the casing from the bullet?
No, it was a fired bullet.
It was a fired bullet.
Yep.
Like that.
It must have been stuck in your clothing, and when they moved you to the stretcher, it fell onto the floor.
Good grief. Oh, I wish I'd been awake and I knew what was going on.
If it was ever possible to read any of that stuff for her to see it, that she would love to see you read.
We could probably make that happen. Yeah, we can make that happen.
I think she'd be really
I mean,
interested.
honest to God, I mean, you could foil it and get it yourself, so why not just show it to you?
Yeah, we just, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a ton there. It's a lot of canvases and knocking on doors and talking to people, and but we can make that happen for you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Why wouldn't we?
And what is it called again? It's called an exceptional closure?
Oh, yeah. Exceptional clearance, exceptional closure. Typically, we see those when we identify the person responsible for a crime and they die.
Okay.
So sometimes we'll get a homicide victim, and then when you find out what his name is, you'll look at different cases and be like, oh, he's wanted for doing this robbery, this burglary, so we would close those cases out in exceptional closing because he's obviously dead. You can't charge him with it.
Can't charge him, okay.
So, but there's other cases like this where the statute of limitations is way past.
It did.
But
has it really?
It's recognized that you are the victim of it and he is the perpetrator.
So the current statute of limitations for a felony assault, which they don't differentiate between felony assault and attempted murder, is 5 years. But in the paperwork that your lawyer responded to your husband in about the case, he says, and I don't know this to be true, that in 1976 the statute of limitations for a felony assault was 1 year.
Wow.
Which is insane.
Is it?
That was Cartelli's letter, Ma. He's referring to Cartelli's letter. Yeah.
That's how I think because I don't know.
Well, we're going to, if you have no further questions for us, we're going to get out of your hair for now. We certainly appreciate your time, and we're proud to be involved in this, and we're proud to give you some semblance of closure. And
It will.
You still there?
Oh, was he listening?
So I wouldn't bother anybody, but thanks for letting me listen in.
Do you have any questions?
Do you want to ask anybody anything? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Son working the papers were probably 10 feet from my desk. I handle all the foils down here, and I did it in Queens too. So anyway, great. Thanks, guys, for taking the time, and certainly means a lot to my mom.
Sure.
No problem at all.
Hello, Mom.
Can I get you guys anything? You want something to eat? You want no?
No, we're good. Thank you.
You got a bit of a drive, I know.
Yeah, no, it's not so bad. It's better than driving.
Yonkers?
No.
Oh.
The bridge.
Oh, you're going
These guys are around the corner.
Yeah, I'm going to be home in 5 minutes.
Yeah, me too. I'm right here.
I'm going to go over the causeway and be home.
Be home quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, let you go.
There.
Yeah, the question is, do I take the TZ or go up to the Bear Mountain? But the minute we leave the facility tomorrow, we will call.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Did he have a pardon hearing today?
Parole.
Parole, excuse me.
He's entitled to one every few years. And I wouldn't put anything past a New York
I
parole
heard-
board, but I will say, I don't even think a New York parole board is going to spring.
I wouldn't think
What time
something.
is it?
I'm driving my car. I had to go for a checkup to the doctor's today, and I'm driving along and I go, oh God, you can't get away from him. And it said he was either today or tomorrow was having a parole.
Well, I don't think it's tomorrow, so, because we're going, so.
Oh, you're going tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we're,
Yeah. Then it-
go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, one was you guys, my brother, my mom's gonna be like, oh wow, we didn't know that. I didn't hear what that was about. Was that the shell casing or something?
Yeah, that was the fired bullet that fell from her clothing when they placed her on the stretcher.
Oh wow. Okay. The other thing is, do you guys have any advice if like media shows up at the house and my mom just doesn't really want to talk to them? I mean, trespassing if they walk on the property. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just be super clear. If this is a situation where you're getting hounded, I would make a call to the local PD, and
Is Clarkstown here?
we could even reach out to them, out to me, and just let us know that it's becoming a problem.
So I'm sure she'd be happy making a statement or maybe talking to one or two people, but if you got people snapping pictures every time she goes out shopping, you know, I don't know what to expect.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't know how this is going to go either. I would suspect that.
Got to make some news.
I would expect that this is. I know for sure this is going to make the news. To what extent, I don't know.
Gotcha.
But it's a story of survival, and I do think if it helps someone out there who's maybe been through something similar and they're struggling, then maybe there's a benefit to it. And like gets credit because typically they just give us the credit, and we're here because he made the association. So
Yes.
That's great.
Some of their videos were phenomenal, and we learned stuff. She's a victim. We've been living with this for 48 years, and we're watching the video going, I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Yeah, they even made significance out of which hand he used, the a whole bunch of stuff. They knew, he knows the case very well.
yeah, he's encyclopedic in his knowledge, and we need him for all our cold cases.
You probably should use him as a vendor. What would you call it? A consultant.
Yeah. Well, all right, guys. Well, we appreciate.
Good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
I hope he has a week now.